this. Gotta be something for me to write this. Queen, I ain't seen you in a minute. Wrote this letter and finally decided to send it. Signed, sealed, delivered for us to grow together. Love has no limit, let's spin it slow forever. I know your heart is weathered by what does did to you. I ain't gonna start them cause I probably did it too. Because of you feelings I handle with care. Some niggas recognize your life but they can handle the glare. You know I ain't the type to walk around with matching shirts. A relationship is effort, I will match your work. I wanna be the one to make you happiest and hurt you the most. They say the end is near, it's important that we close to the most high. Regardless of what happened on him, let's rely.
There are times when you need someone.
Yeah.
I will be by your side. There is a light that shines special for you and me.
Yeah. Second. It's important we communicate and tune the fate of this union to the right pitch. I never call you my bitch or even my boo. There's so much in the name and so much more in you. Few understand the union of woman and man. And sex and a tingle is where they assuming it land. But that's fly by night with you in the sky, right? But when these cold shine nights, moon, you my light. If heaven had a height, you would be that tall. Ghetto to coffee shop, you I see that all. Let's stick to understanding and we won't fall. For better or worse times, I hope to me you call. So I pray every day more than anything friends will stay as we begin to lay this foundation for a family. Love ain't simple. Why can't it be anything worth having you work at annually? Granted, we known each other for some time. It don't take a whole day to recognize sunshine.
When you need someone, I will be by your side. Oh Lord, there is a light that shines special for you and me.
Yeah. Second, it's kinda fresh you listen to more than hip-hop. And I can catch you in the mix from beauty to thrift shop. Plus you shit pop when it's time to. Thinking you fresh, but just in beats I should rhyme to. At times when I'm lost, I try to find you. You know to give me space when it's time to. My heart's dictionary defines you. It's love and happiness. Truthfully, it's hard trying to practice happiness. The time we committed love, it was real good. Had to be for me to arrive, and it still feel good. I know the sex ain't gonna keep you, but as my equal, it's how I must treat you. As my reflection, the light, I'ma lead you. And whatever's right, I'ma feed you. Yo, I tell you the rest when I see you. Peace.
I will be by your side. There is a light that shines special for you and me. Think my destiny before we pass me by. Oh Lord, you need to look at the other side.
Right here, what we're gonna do is go back.
I met him when I was a little girl. He gave me poetry. He was my first. But in my heart I knew I wasn't the only one. 'Cause when the tables turned, he had love. Yeah.
Freak, freak, y'all, and you don't stop. To the beat, y'all, and you don't stop. A freak, freak.
Or could it be that it was all just so simple then? A teenage lover used to say he's just a friend. He moved around and we kept in touch through his friend Mike. The world was young and we knew we couldn't rush, but whenever I got lonely or needed some advice, he gave me his shoulder. His words were very nice. But that is all behind me, 'cause now there is no other. My love is his and it is mine. My friend became the love of my life. You are my friend and love of my life. Do I can't be, yeah, my life. Baby, feels like a simple true love. Yeah.
Y'all know how I met her. We broke up and got back together. To get her back, I had to sweat her. Thought she rolled with bad boys forever. In many ways, them boys made her better. To grow, I had to let her. She needed cheddar, and I understood that. Looking for cheese that don't make her a hood rat. In fact, she's a queen to me. Her light beams on me. I love it when she sings to me. It's like that.
You know you rock my world, and you be boy and I'll be girl, and we go till the break of dawn. You know you rock my world, and you be boy and I'll be
I'm focused, man. Tell Stout to holla at me, man. Young Hova, you heard? New Maya, Jack Nash, you heard? Y'all, Jigga man be ballin'. Leave chicks pigeon-toed, some of them be crawling. Get the best of you whenever I put my all in. Half mommy's calling for the law, darling. Jigga and calling. Half drop, coops with half the top, suppose half not. Mad when I brag about the cash I got, but I'm used to not having a lot. I'm from the gutter and I ain't the type to ever chase your box. I'm the type to interior decorate the watch. I'm the type to sling heavyweight on the block in every state like clock. Word jiggers to hurt, holla.
Your lips are telling me yes, while you're kissing on my neck, making me feel so. Should I stay? Should I go? I don't know. Your voice down, drive me wild, but in the back of my mind, I know. See, I could just be I can't let you get this to me. I won't see, I could just be I can't let you get this to me.
DJ Clue, that's the storm. Carolina blue kicks, hottest on the block. Used to Willie bicycle since I was 6. High school, the crossover, wave to wave kicks. Music is the same, gave away hits. So mind, get it together or forget it forever. When I go at you hard, I can get it through leather. You act like Jigga can, get it whoever. Talking, you got a man. Okay, ma, and that's high school, making me chase you round for months. Having a fear, act like an adult for once. Plus my hand is up your skirt, ain't I can flirt. What's a little me on top gonna hurt? Maybe a little, but pain is pleasure and pressure bust pipes. And you look like the I like you rough tight. We can crush the night. Tell me what you like. I got a yellow bottle on a bucket of ice. Get right. Young Hover. DJ Clue, tell the song. Your heart like soundtrack. That's University. Commissioner. Y'all know.
You and I, till the day we die.
Yeah, ex-girlfriend, how you been? I see you still trying to fuck with other women, man. Remember when I first met you in my cousin's house? A week later, we was fucking on your mama's couch. Now it's been said that big girls, they don't cry, but they damn sure lie. Look you in the eye, saying you they own me. You and I, till the day we die, said you never leave me lonely. Fly tenderoni, but you phony. Shoulda listened when my mama told me. Soon as I turn my back, you try to fuck my homies. That was then, this is now, I got a new friend. Ever since I cut them loose ends, you wanna bone me. Add strife to my life. Pussy that'll make me think twice about leaving. The wife even. Picture that. You ain't want me when you had me. Now you on your third baby daddy. And you hate to see a nigga happy. So you're trying mad ways to trap me. Looking at my girl now. Trying to throw the pussy at me.
Look at this bitch over here trying to act like me.
Fuck that bitch. She look like leftovers.
Just to make I'm still in love with you, babe. 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 I'm still in love with you, babe.
Yo, it's always you when your crusty ass crew be acting new.
All right, you ready?
If you are.
Hey, welcome to another episode of the Blackout Tips podcast. I'm your host, Rod, joined as always by my co-host,
Karen.
And we're live on a Saturday morning, ready to do some feedback. That's right. It's where we talk about the things that you said throughout the week, and then we let you know what we thought. All right?
Yes, sir.
And just as a programming note, we're probably going to take a week off or so.
We a little tired, y'all.
Yeah, just been going hard. And then, it's just time. It's just time to take some time off. I looked at our Crowdcast numbers from last month, and we recorded so many hours we went over the limit for our account. And I was like, well, how did that happen?
Like, we tried to start Crowdcast. I was like, you know what? Let me check that again. We think you done maxed this bitch out.
Yeah, and I realized it happened because we never took any time off. So, that's how that works. But yeah, we're going to take some time off soon. So just letting y'all know, if you don't see your feed updating, many of y'all behind anyway. You'll know why.
Yes.
I know you'll be asking me on Twitter. I'm 12 episodes behind, but I noticed the feed's not updating. Did y'all get a divorce?
No. That makes me holler every time somebody does that. They was like, bitch, I know I'm behind, but if y'all not update, I know something is wrong. I don't mind, I'm behind, but ain't nothing current coming out. Let me know what happened.
So hopefully you already know the deal, what we're going to have to do here, but it's all the feedback that you left. The official weapon of the show is
the taser.
No, it's not. Not anymore.
Phone in jail.
And the unofficial sport,
bullet ball.
The bullet ball extreme. Let's talk about the people that gave us money.
May I have your attention? You are now listening to Charlotte's Own Rod and Karen. We welcome the good folks who tied to the Blackout Tips.
That's right. New currency, new emergency. I don't know. I didn't think that one through. Mary H, recurring donator. Allison H, no relation. Stefan H, the H's are coming through again. Michael F, Deborah O, Michael Irvin, the Playmaker. Jasmine A, Waste Bees by Sewer. Tyrone M, Dorothea S, Jason F, Mariano, Adam S, Celeste VB, Dot Street J, Preston Team Dro, Slanger Ages Podcast, and lastly, Tanisha G. Thank you, everybody, for giving us that bread, that guap. You know we love to see it. The guap is extra, as they say. Appreciate y'all. We have seen. I just realized I hadn't looked to see if we got any new reviews. So I'm checking live on the air as y'all are listening. The last one we got was October 28th, which I think is a new review for us. Okay, because it says, yeah, it is. It's from. It looks like Gyodio. It's because it's got that EAUX, which is like that Louisiana. So it looks like Gaudio. Here for all of it. 5 stars.
Ow, thank you.
We love when you here for all of it.
Yes, we are.
I'm so thankful that my podcast journey brought me to the Blackout Tips. Rod and Karen just have a special way about them. Always funny and insightful, yet they are hilarious and reliably derailed by a tangent from Karen that leaves my soul yelling, say it! Don't sleep on the feedback episodes. Either you will certainly miss out on valuable life hacks. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie, y'all. They be sleeping on the feedback episodes sometimes, and I don't understand these motherfuckers.
Yeah, the feedback is the most fun for me, because like we get to hear what y'all say, and that's very important, to us. And people talk about like the Walking Dead, and why we recapped it is because people kept writing in on the feedback show, leaving comments going, hey, it ain't nothing but 12 of us, but we are really dedicated 12. And we was like, you know what? Y'all voices have been heard, and you have like people that kind of stand out, like everybody jokes in the chat room, people in there about Appia. But yeah, it's one of those things where we love people, and particularly if you come into the chat room, it's really fun because people check on people, how you doing and things like that. It's its own separate community. And so if you missing out on a feedback show, shame on you.
Yeah,
let your voices be heard.
I think also it's just a chance for like, I listen to other shows, man. They don't take their feedback serious. They don't respond to it, and you took the time to write it, or they don't encourage you to write in, or they get fucking offended at people having another opinion and shit. And I think with the tenor of the people that write in, with the quality of the comments that y'all say and stuff, it's just there's other fans that feel like you throughout the week and stuff. So it's like you miss out on something when you skip those episodes. But at any rate, I thank you for this 5-star review. I agree with it. And we appreciate y'all.
Did you like it? Thumbs up and star, whatever it allows you to do. Don't allow you to like their comments on iTunes.
I have I'm not reading it on Apple Podcasts. I'm reading this on a website that collects all the reviews.
Oh, my bad. I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Karen's just adding shit, guys. This is what she do. This is the tangent that the review is talking about.
This is the tangent. Me non-producing ass going, is you doing it right? He is, my bad.
All right. So let's get to these episodes. All right. And like I said, I'll play music at some point between these episodes so that we can throw some commercials in here. The first one from last week was 2796, Equicrack. We had 6 comments. The first one is from Appia, who says, yes, I suspected my humor might be my best bet when trying to get black friends. Trying to get black friends sounds pretty creepy, like trying to trap them somehow, but I hope I mean it in a nice way.
You ain't out here, gotta catch them all.
I'm
black friends.
I'm just she's playing with fire with all these comments about trying to get black friends. It only takes one misstep for black people to get mad. So I hope she knows what she's doing here, okay? The blacks in the audience, they'll turn. You might also think my humor is wasted in my job as a key account manager in Big Pharma, but it's somehow not. Even though I operate in Germany is not exactly the capital of fun. I hope it's when a serious scientist or business person can't help themselves and must laugh at my joke. Oh, I love it when that. Yeah. Nah, humor to me, it's always a great bag to have. You know, I've been fortunate, to be a funny person and to see things funny and to make other people think I'm funny for the most part. And honestly, dog, I know everybody will say they have a good sense of humor, but when you meet just a humorless motherfucker, it's a red flag for me. It just lets me know, like, I should not fuck with you ever because you're a fucking weirdo, and it's just a matter of time until something happens, but we're just completely gonna see it differently because you're a humorless motherfucker.
Yes, and as somebody who used to be a humorless human being, I can spot a lot of those people from a mile away, because like you say, over the years, particularly as I've put it, my sense of humor has always been there. I just never tapped into it because when you're raised in a household where I'm not gonna say nothing's funny, but when you raise in a household where y'all don't do a lot of joking, a lot of cracking, everything is serious, and shit like that, it's very hard to get used to and get adjusted to, people around you laughing and things like that, because people that are humorless, they think, well, you think everything is funny, and that's not a true statement. The thing about humor is humor pokes at the real shit. Humor pokes at, the shit that's happening around us and be like, ain't this shit ridiculous? Let's poke fun at it. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt. It doesn't mean that you don't feel a certain way about it, but you can still poke fun at it. There are people that are like, nothing's funny at all. I'm like you. If I say something that I know, not trying to be funny, I know that this is funny and I get no response, I'm like, I don't fuck with you, because odds are something's going to happen or something like that, and then you're going to respond in your non-humorless way or take something I say out of context and some shit like that. We're going to fucking fall out. So if you're going to be humorless, I can be humorless, and we can just be, hi, how you doing? Good morning. Can I help you? And we can just go on about our lives so we don't fall out.
Yeah. But yeah, I just, and at the same time, I don't know, like, depending on the type of job, I won't even break out my sense of humor just because I can see it causing issues and I'm not there to be friends. But yeah, in certain positions, I think it's always a plus to be able to be funny. I can make most people here laugh by choice, so I have definitely this going for me. In the U.S., at first, I'm not sure. People are at first not sure if I'm joking or not. When I was at the KATG live shows, people were not sure if I have a dry delivery or if I'm really a strange person. This is what living in Germany forms you into. I've seen the movies. I can see it. J Full says, I've had the same housekeeper for the past 6 years. When I moved to my new apartment, she hit me up one day and asked if she could work for me under the table. I found out that her agency was only paying her $20 an hour despite charging me $80 an hour. Now I pay her $50 an hour plus $10 an hour tip, and she gets 100% of the money, a win for both of us. I'm amazed that she can clean my whole crib in 2 hours. It makes it takes me a whole weekend to do it myself. She really comes in handy when my depression is really bad and I can barely take care of myself, let alone clean my apartment. I'll tip extra on those occasions, but she usually gives me the extra money back. He also says, Apia has beat this black friend's horse to death. Do they have a PETA in Germany? See, I told you. Black people, they gonna turn on you about this because they it's a very sensitive topic over here. It's still funny to me, but I can't promise you the rest of these motherfuckers are gonna be able to just let the joke go.
Hilarious.
Sean says about the Halloween, and I really didn't know J Full said that when I said that joke. I just know how black people is. It's like, okay, we get it. Not too much on the black friends. They're just waiting for you to pull a Sarah Silverman, show up in blackface.
Yeah, they go, we don't trust you.
About the Halloween poll, I used to help manage a trick-or-treat Halloween party for Fukushima refugee NPO every year. Unfortunately, the group put events on hold in 2020. It doesn't appear to exist anymore. So now I'm just doing a pumpkin carving cultural event for my university. So even though I'm in a country that doesn't really have trick-or-treat, I still do my part. Pamela says, I'm leaving this here because of the feedback show. I just wanted to offer feedback on the other show that you worked on, Draptomaniacs. I'm listening to the episode Making Black as Fuck History featuring your hype man persona, ha 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 ha, 5 minutes in, and I can't stop laughing at your portrayal. Lots of fun, especially since I'm guessing that's not how you would really be acting at a rap party. Of course not. That's big part of the joke.
That episode, which is episode that just came out this week, was fucking hilarious. And I think the running theme of whoo really killed me because like not trying to be funny, I would probably be terrible because that would be me. Who are you again? I'm like I'm old and black, so a lot of times I associate people like with characters and shit like that. Like, oh, I know you from this, I know you from that. Now there are some people like I actually know their names, but it's sometimes it is.
Well, that's not the real joke. The joke is I work with them, so it's not a random person at a party. It's my coworkers that I've written 6 episodes for and done all these read-throughs with are still not recognizing me.
And you playing clips and shit. That was like, oh yeah,
those weren't clips. Those weren't clips. I recorded. I did each of those voices again for the show, and then what happened was Janisha, who does a lot of the sound work and stuff, and the editing team and the sound production people put the old sound effects from those episodes underneath some of them, so it sounded like it was a clip, but it was me reading it live again.
Okay. I thought they went and just recut it, but okay, I'm with you now.
Yeah, like it was. I mean, it was interesting because I had to recall the voices that I did at the time, and then like remember like, oh no, when I did Booker T. Washington, it sounded completely different than when I did like the vaudeville voice actor, the vaudeville announcer guy, and it's that thing where I don't know how to get more people to check out Drapetomaniacs than what we've been saying here.
Oh, so
but it's really a fucking good show, and I know
yes.
I'm involved in it, so like of course you think it's good, but I mean even objectively it's a good show.
It's so unique.
There's nothing else like it.
I was about to say that.
There's nothing else like it. We care so much about how we make it.
Mm-hmm.
The discussions behind the scenes and the conversations about how to do it, and it was like this was I love the episodes. Every week feels a little bit like it could be my favorite episode, to be honest, and it feels in my mind a little bit like Atlanta, in that how Atlanta each episode could be its own episode, and each episode is kind of not like the episode before it or the one coming after it. And that's one of the things I loved about Atlanta. And this is my first time really getting to write narrative fiction. Like I'm not like I'm writing almost like I would want to write like an episode of TV or something, or turning these historical stories into comedic, like beginning, middle, end, heroes' journeys. And so you're learning about stuff, but it's silly and you can have fun with it. And we thought about, not making it too traumatic, but also keeping true to the core of what we're writing, so that if there's a sad ending to a story, it's a sad ending, but we're not trying to like mush your face in it and be like message,
Right.
But I'm so proud of the work that was accomplished, and it's hard work. And I wish that I mean I don't know, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know what the PR behind it and the push behind it will be, but no joke, this is the kind of shit that should be winning awards in podcasting.
I agree.
I'm like,
yeah,
that's not just because I'm doing it. If I was a fan of this show, I had nothing to do with it, I would feel the same way. Like people that do podcast awards like NAACP or whatever, they should be fucking with us and they should be giving us credit, because this is extremely hard to do. No one else is doing it like this. Other people will just read you some Black history, and then I'm not gonna say take credit for it, but you know what I mean, where it's like this thing happened and I'm basically reading you a chapter of Ida B. Wells' life. We're going beyond that. The voice acting, the comedy, the musical production, the choices to make it palatable to people, the craft, is the talent is so fun. And we're not doing this with $1 million budget. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is not us being able to just be like, yeah, Hans Zimmer did this and we licensed this Beyonce song. Like, we're having to do this shit in so many different creative ways, and I just hope people can truly fucking appreciate it. And as far as looking forward to the next episode, did I finish it? Yeah, waiting for the final episode is what you said. Karen's on the final episode, so if y'all check out the final episode about Ida B. Wells, y'all hear a very familiar voice. And we worked hard to get Karen's part and recorded it and all this stuff, and they loved it. So I can't wait for y'all to hear that too.
When you said that, I'm not trying to be funny. It made me feel like a zillion bucks. I know, and shout out to Dexter from Shadow Dog Production, because Dexter kind of believed in me kind of when I didn't believe in myself as far as doing a voice acting. Like for me, I go, oh, that's something that Rod could do. He got it. But Dexter was like, no, you can do it too. Like he believed in me, gave me roles, gave me scripts. And I think one of my favorite roles that I've done for Dexter was the one where me and you was going through the drive-thru and I was pregnant and you was taking me to the hospital and you ordered food. And that was like one of my favorite voice actors that I've done for Dexter, because I actually got to be really loud and just ridiculous and over the top and things like that. It was so much fun. And that gave me the confidence for when they asked, I was like, oh, I got this. You know what I'm saying? I might not, do it at the pace that maybe Rod could click, but if, we sit down and we hammer through it, I know I can motherfucking kill that role. And I'm not trying to be funny. I am so glad that I did it, and I'm so glad that I motherfucking killed that role. And I'm so excited for you guys to hear it. And like I said before, listen to the episodes. I'm hearing it for the first time, like everybody else. So when they got to the end, it was like on the next episode, I was like, "Oh, bitch, that's me, Yeah, because I didn't know they were gonna chop it in there. So I was like, yes, let's go. So for me, I'm really excited, and I'm ready for them to talk about Ida B. Wells.
Yeah, so look forward to that for the season finale. And my episode, it was interesting because I've written the historical ones and stuff, but this one to me was almost like getting to write for like Abbott Elementary or something, because it's a behind the scenes and there was like a lot of ideas on how to do it, like a documentary, blah, blah, blah. And these are people I work with. So I'm making up jokes about them, and I'm trying to come up with archetypes that are funny, but not too offensive. And, I told everybody I'm not going to write anything very mean, because we work together and we're cool, but I feel like if you want something mean in the script about yourself, you should put it in there, because I don't want motherfuckers feeling away, because my brain is already comedic, and comedy can be mean sometimes. And I'm not mean in the like I'm a bully way, but I'm mean in the like this is what's funny, and wouldn't it be funny? And because you're playing it up. So like we have certain people on the show where it's like the thing about them that's funny could also be a thing they could get offended by. Like Silas is a huge Beyonce fan, like huge. We all are, but like, we like he's pulling out the vinyl and shit in the middle of the read downs and stuff. And so I made a big thing about how Silas loves Beyonce into the script, and then I turn him into like a Beyonce cult person, and then he disappears in a cloud of bees and all this shit. And like, to me that's cute and funny, and in a way that, and then we have like Joanne, who's like the only non-Black person on the production. I'm making jokes about how she has to like pick and choose when she's producing, like, is this a Black thing or is this like a mistake? Is Nintendo a typo or whatever? And like, but like, it's stuff like that was really fun to do. And everyone seemed to be like a pretty good sport about it. And I thought it turned out like really good. So yeah, I hope y'all listen to that one, because that's the one that has the least to do with like history. And then like, I really enjoyed picking on Michael. And
yes, he'd be coming out for the facts. I was like, nigga, we don't give a damn about your facts. We didn't come in for that.
Yeah, like because he is like, if you hang around him a little bit, he is a font of just oh my, like just so much Black. Like he knows so much history. It's not even just Black history, but he knows so much just historical shit, and it just slips in the conversation. So yeah, man, it was fun. And yeah, I wouldn't be like that at a party. I already tell y'all that. I don't want to turn into the Mr. Turn on the Instagram live when I'm out and like do all that shit. I'm not saying it's bad or wrong. It's just not. It's not something that's really for me. It would have to be a very special, intentional thing for me to like be at a party, but on my IG live. So it was fun.
Yes, and talking about Silas and loving Beyonce, child, I had to get a grip of myself talking about the Beyonce vinyl. I was at a Second and Charles one time talking to your mama, just just poking around, and I think I was getting like a t-shirt or looking for something, and I happened to see the Renaissance on vinyl. I talked to your mom. I was like, I said, I think I might buy this. I thought it was like, bitch, you ain't got no record player. The fuck you gonna get it other than just to have it? I put that shit down. I was like, you know what? Let me get my black ass out of here. But I be about a record with no record player just to say I got the shit on vinyl. Have you listened to it? No, bitch. I just wanted the vinyl record because that was the thing to do. So, I completely understand. I had to put it down. I was like, you know what? No, girl, just go on and take your ass over the title and listen to it for the bazillionth time.
Thank you to everybody that did take the time to reach out to me about Drapetomaniacs, though. I got a lot of DMs and people tagging me on social media and stuff, and I appreciate y'all because that episode is very special to me because it's written from the ground up by me. Like, people gave me ideas and stuff, but I really took it and made it my own because, like, the original idea was not me being the person to do all that shit. It was, oh, we'll have like a documentary and we'll do this and we'll do that. And I just kind of leaned into like, what if I just made this my own and I'm the person doing all this shit and everybody, Janisha did such a great job voice acting and also like producing it and stuff. But like, the archetype I had for her was like, oh, she's mean or she's a hater, but really she's, and like people could be like, I don't want to look mean. I don't make me nice or whatever the fuck. And that would be less funny, or just like, making Nolika like such a dreamer that like you could say something completely ridiculous to her and she's like, yeah, no problem, And so
we can do it all.
Yeah. So it turned into like something really fun. And I hope people check out that episode. I think in a weird way, if possible, I'd even say you could check that episode out first. It's called like the Making of Drapetomaniacs or something like that. I forget matter of fact, let me look up the exact name. But you could actually take that name first, take that episode first, and then go back because you'll have a real appreciation for what we've done. Yeah, Making Black as Fuck History featuring Pharrell Williams is the title of it. And you could go back from that and then go listen to other episodes and you'll have such an appreciation for what we did because then you're like, oh, this is the sensitivity around this. And then this is the product. EVE says, I'm investing in Appia's journey to make Black friends. So J Fool and EVE, they disagree. Okay. So I think we're going to have to just be on this journey with Appia and we're going to see what happens. And if she eventually, pulls up on these Black people in blackface and stuff, we'll cancel her and all that stuff. Make sure that she loses her job. Listen, it's Karen. She's playing with black fire right now. Okay, you one wrong word, one misstep, and all the trauma from generations of oppression will pop up, and we'll be calling Big Pharma in Germany trying to get her fired. That's what happens. These are the rules of the game.
Big Pharma.
These are the rules of the game. Have you ever hired a house cleaner? Was the first of all, there's no comments on YouTube for this episode. Then, have you ever hired a house cleaner? Is the poll for this episode, and 53% have on our website, 47% haven't.
I haven't. I've not that funny, y'all. I've really thought about it and considered it hard. I have not yet. I don't know if I will, but yeah, I've actually considered that. I was like, because we're busy, but then I was like, I actually have time to do it. But at the same time, sometimes you get so busy and everything gets so hectic and things like that. Like I said, I don't think I'm in the spot where I'll be like, oh yeah, this is something that I've quote unquote got to do. But I do understand. And who knows, one day it might be like that. Where I'll be like, you know what? Once or twice a month, I'm sorry. Because it's just so much going on. But for right now, I think it's something that I can handle. Like I said, for me doing it, it's a slow process. I do it when I feel like it. So it's like, type of thing, because I'm like, I'm not getting paid. I'm doing this for free. So you get the free work.
I'm surprised by this, but on Spotify, only 30% of people have ever hired a house cleaner. 70% have not. Now, my guess is because the Spotify people have money, they have live-in butlers and attendants and stuff that they don't count as hiring a house cleaner. It's like, why would I hire a house cleaner when I have a maid? When I have a live-in butler. So that's what I'm assuming happened there.
Come on.
The Q&A was, you got time to lean, you got time to clean.
Child, they used to tell us that all. If you ever been in the restaurant industry, that is like the #1 slogan.
Yeah, I hate that shit. That
Me
get
too.
PTSD
Kiss
from
my
me.
ass.
Aaron says, as a representative of the whites, I feel the need to clear something up about this episode. White women appropriated harem pants from ancient Persia, not 80s hammer pants. Oh, okay. So it goes back even worse. That's even worse.
Thank you for the facts.
I was giving y'all too much credit. My bad. She put an upside down smiley emoji after, so I think she knows. Alamni says, I got 2 young mandingos living in my house. Better clean for their freedom and when they graduate from high school. Oh, you just full slaving. just full slavery for your children. All right.
Yeah.
I hope you don't refer to them as mandingos.
I'm about to say, because when I think of mandingos, I think of something completely different.
Yeah, I just think of Django. When you had the mandingo fights. I'm like, calm down. But like, I just picture your kids being in the house like shirtless and like canvas pants. And like, I just calm down.
All dusty and shit.
Yeah. Raphael says, during my Navy days, you didn't want a chief to see you leaning. Hating mustache, gonna be a petty officer to get us sweeping or mopping or whatever. 3 of my mates just made chief, by the way. Break the cycle. Kisha says, if I'm leaning, I'm tired. Dirt can wait until after my nap. Mucho Mama says, can we do hygiene hacks next? Asking for a friend because I wash my legs. I don't know. Hygiene hacks. Maybe. We might make that one doing it for the grounds one day. Seems a little gross to me, but fuck it.
You never know. Like, it might be like little tips that, people
maybe.
do.
It just seems like it's going to get gross.
Yeah. If you're talking about hygiene, but yeah.
Like, how much of a hack do you need? Wash your legs. What the fuck?
It might be hacks like, with skin care, like it could go into other things. It don't have to be gross shit.
Right. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. You say that, and then I know our listeners. It'll be gross. All right, back to this. The Q&A. Use the Clorox liquid toilet bowl cleaner on the tub. Works like a charm. There you go. Okay. Well, we already used that easy off. It's clean as hell now. It's nothing to talk about. Sorry.
And I said I was gonna give an update, y'all. So I went in and I cleaned the tub yesterday, and I used the thing with the stick. What do you call that? With the extended arm? I don't know what you call that thing.
Yeah, it's just like a I don't even know it now. Now I'm drawing a blank, but it's basically like it's got a cleaner on it where it's like a brush, but it rotates. It's got like a motor. You charge it up. And a lot of people recommended it years ago to clean the tub, and it works.
So I did the easy off with the blue can, sprayed it around, let it sit and rinsed it off, and used that thing. And child, no more bending. I was like, bitch, I ain't never going back. I'm like, ooh, child, that ghetto. Oh, also, I wanted to put a PSA out there because somebody hit me up on Twitter. It was hilarious. The fume free, it ain't fume free, y'all. It just means it won't knock your ass out like the yellow one. You can still smell a little bit. It's like the smell is not as quote unquote strong, so it's more, you can tolerate it a little bit more. So you spray too much of it, child, you be done passed out. So if you're gonna do it, don't be too heavy handed.
So it's called a spin scrubber, is what it's called. And sometimes occasionally Fat Kid Deals will have it on sale. I forget how much we bought it for. I want to say it normally costs like somewhere around $50 or so, but and
they come with like these attachment heads, so depending on what you're trying to do, you could use I think I'm like 2 or 3 attachment heads.
Yeah, so anyway, that's what it is, a spin scrubber. So Google that. That's it for this episode. Let's move to the next episode, which is Brief Republican Moment. But before we do Brief Republican Moment, let's play some music so I can get this money. All right, guys. man. And just want to let y'all know too. Felt 5 was saying something about music for Drapetomaniacs, which hey, I'll put the word in if we get a season 2. But no, what's the T looking for music and theme songs over there? I don't know if you heard. Just saying. All right, the next episode, brief Republican moment. Speaking of what's the T, the guest was Nick Jew, our girl, friend in real life, podcaster extraordinaire. We got 8 comments.
Oh shit now.
Abia says, I have the Republican moments when I see teenagers wearing crop tops when it's cold outside. Yeah. Also when they wear hoodies, I don't know if it's in Germany like this, but hoodies when it's hot outside in America, it'd be like, how do y'all do that?
That's the thing. I be looking like, bitch, ain't you gonna pass that? Ask somebody who is forever cold. I'm like, bitch, this don't make no sense. Watching you is breaking me out to a sweat.
Children, protect your organs. I want to yell at them. I try to remember how being cool was so also more important to me than anything else at that age. Organs, who needs them? I need some recognition right now. Yeah, I mean, honestly, anybody that went clubbing in America has seen women scantily clad in the coldest of codes outside of a club waiting to get in. Because it's really just it's more important to be sexy than it is to be warm, dog.
Yes,
like
it is.
And I get it. It's like Cardi B said, hoes don't get cold, She says, I still can eat very spicy food, and I like that fact a lot. When I'm at a Thai restaurant, I get some respect when I order a really hot dish and the lady asks me regular hot or Thai hot, and I choose Thai hot. It sometimes happens when I'm being watched if I really can do it, or if I start to cry and afterwards they say to me in a respectful tone, you can really eat Thai hot very good. Probably thinking I didn't expect it from you, white lady from an unspecific country. I expected you to faint. Yeah, white people can't handle spicy for the most part. The only time you really see white people like handle spicy food is when they do that endurance spicy shit, which is weird.
They be like, I'm gonna pass, bitch. I don't want to pass out. Like the names sound like it's gonna fight your intestines. So I'm like, nah, I'm good. But I think for me, whenever we go to places and you order stuff and they start them numbers, they were like number 1 through 5, and they really look at you like, you sure? Like if they look at you like, you sure? You better hit that 1 or 2 unless you know what you're getting into.
Yeah, not me. I can handle spicy food, but I like spice. It enhances flavor for me. I don't like endurance hot. And so
yes, I want to be able to taste it and feel my tongue.
When I cook, I normally put a little bit of peppers in everything. Karen's more sensitive to heat than I am, although I have noticed you trying to branch out and try a little spicy food.
I am. I had some jalapeno aioli today. It was fucking delicious.
Yeah, but it was from white people, so it's not really that spicy. But
that is true.
My point being, like, it is as long as it enhances flavor, I'm cool with it. But yeah, I love Thai spicy. I love when we were in New York, me and my coworkers would go out to this Korean fried chicken place, and everybody always gets like the soy garlic. But to me, man, I love the fucking the hot. I love the hot Korean chicken.
Them wings, they were fucking delicious.
But I mean everywhere, not just there. I mean here, like when we go to soul food, I'm just into that kind of spicy food. She says, what can I? But yeah, you do get the extra bump for being a white person. I'm sure they grade you on a curve, like, yo, she fucked with the hot. It's like when you see a white person that can dance. It is what it is. I know a lot of people, don't like that on Twitter or whatever, but in real life, it's a staple of the black community. It's never going to change. Anytime we see a white, we're never going to absorb the hate that's been done to us from white folks. And that's one of the things I love about black people is our resilience and our ability to not adopt the things that white people have done to us as our own. And I know a lot of people would like to see the opposite, but I'm glad it's not the opposite.
I agree.
And and real life is so much different than the internet. The internet, people will find a way to make everything negative, but in real life, you can't stop those moments. So when you see a viral video where like a white dude is doing the wobble or some shit and he's doing it real good and motherfucking black people are sharing it 1,000,000 times, I love that shit because we do go, okay, like, look at you doing this thing, like, and it's in a way that doesn't have to be hostile. Like, when white people are able to do something, we can be fair. And I just think to me, that's a superior thing to do, as opposed to like when Tiger Woods is the best nigga at golf and white people are talking about fried chicken and collard greens, and you're like, well, that's just fucking racist. And I
Yes,
don't
it
ever
is.
want to be like you.
Mm-mm.
I don't. So, you know, I think that's not just black people thing. Like you said, Thai people going, okay, white lady, I respect that, because
I respect that. They were like, we normally get too hot.
Because at Soul Food they have and it's just regular Thai hot, by the way, but the spicy wings at Soul Food, the Korean spot that I love to get wings from here, is no refund spicy.
Yep, because they know them white people get that shit and they be like, too spicy. They be like, nope,
Right.
if you order this shit, it is yours. Throw it in the trash.
What can I say? I'm a spicy lady sometimes. Unfortunately, in my family, they're all too weak. Must eat very spicy food, not at home. Yep, I hear you.
Yeah, I do not understand people that's like, I don't like spicy. Be like, can you make it the least? No, bitch, it's spicy. And if you like, I know too spicy, why are you over here with the spicy shit?
Wangangi says, I was about to say, what about paid banter? Karen came through with the strong folding chair. Wangangi says, also, I didn't really watch Friends, but I also really didn't watch TV because I was already downloading stuff by then. So I was busy trying to watch every anime ever while rewatching and archiving every movie, TV show, cartoon I ever liked, while trying to find and download every song and album I like from the past and the present. In addition, since I was born in 1974, this ran during my prime outside years, so there was no way I was in the house for this show. I vaguely remember living single in New York undercover, and that's purely due to some unity, house, dorm, common room, group activity type shit. He also goes on and says, speaking of fucking up in church, and your parents saying, okay, I'm gonna remember this and you're gonna get it when you get home, we used to have slim hope of them forgetting. Nowadays, could you imagine the heartbreak when you see your mom's asking Siri to set a reminder to get in your ass later? That's hilarious. I do wonder if people are doing that.
That's funny.
Yeah, that would be like a funny thing to put in like a sitcom or something. But yeah, I wonder if people do that.
I can see somebody doing that. They were like, Siri, remind me to talk to my kid in 25 minutes after I calm down.
Yeah, but he's talking about whooping your ass. That's different. Like, remind me to whoop so-and-so's ass when we get home.
And then everybody get the reminder in the family thing. Remind the ass whooping for Charles at 3:15.
Yeah.
Would you like the snooze?
Right. Yes to relatable banter, says Pamela. Go ahead, Aldi's. That's where I go for affordable meats and seafoods. Copycat, Olive Garden, Italian dressing, produce, and seasonable European cookies and baked goods. Yes to single people / no children shopping quantities. I'm single. I have an adult child living with me that eats nothing that I eat. I like the food that I cook. So right now it's coney dogs and I'm going to eat them over the course of a week. And that's what it is until it's on to the next thing. I've got celery spoiling in my crisper right now because
as somebody who periodically does that, I'm like, shit, I forgot that was in there.
I've got celery spoiling in my crisper right now because I made some soup and don't need the whole package. Yeah, celery, carrots, cilantro. There's thyme,
if I'm pronouncing that right.
Thyme not one for me. I'm going through my list of stuff for me. But there's certain
ginger, because ginger comes with that big ass clunk. Ginger comes in like the big
Yeah, you're right. But anyway, my point is there's certain ones that I feel like they're getting by on knowing no one's gonna buy this in the quantity we sell it.
Right.
Like unless you're making like peanut butter celery stalks, or you're making like for like a soccer team or some shit.
Right.
You're no one in the world not in the world. I know some special niggas gonna write in. Okay. No, most motherfuckers don't need 12 celery stalks worth of celery. Mm-mm. It's like I want to make a recipe and chop like one stalk up in my soup. But they know what they doing. They sell you fucking 37 things and it's cheap. It's never like celery breaks your pockets, right? The fact that you're giving me more than I want for 79 cents tells me your shit don't be selling. How about you make less celery? How about you make something that people do want?
Break them off, because that's one thing I do like about, doing like the box things, the box meals kits. Because they were like, we send you just what you need. You don't get all the extra bullshit.
Yeah. But yeah, and the praise be to the single onion. Kroger used to sell a 3-pack with white, yellow, and red, but they don't carry them here anymore. Yellow onions are that girl. Enjoy your week, Pamela. yellow onions, I like when the sweet onions. Those are good too.
I like the purple ones.
Yeah, I like them all, honestly, but
me too.
Yeah, don't sleep on any of the onions, honestly. Evie says, I gave Friends an honest chance, but it wasn't for me. That's not to say I don't like white shows. I've enjoyed plenty of them. I just couldn't get into Friends, but I recognize the cultural significance that show had in our society. It's a shame about Matthew Perry because he was so young. Fuck Mike Pence forever. Glad he dropped out. Can't wait for those other losers to drop out and for Trump to go to jail. JL Coban writes in, thanks for sharing Stephen A. Smith's Golden Bachelor commentary. If his agent knows what they're doing, they should realize him analyzing reality shows could be a big additional content revenue stream for him. Yes. Yeah. He was good at that.
He was in his bag.
But honestly, like, he's good to me at trivial shit. I know a lot of people have a hate relationship with him, but I just think I don't hate most things in life in general. So it's not, I'm not one to approach things in that manner, but I can admit that I like watching him talk about trivial shit. And sports is trivial to me. Like, people get so upset, and I always think it's kind of silly to be so mad at someone's fucking opinion on sports. Like, all y'all motherfuckers eventually have some dumbass opinion on sports, including me. We all got some weird agenda, some fan or some team or some player we're rooting for. So it's just kind of weird to get so upset by that. But like, as long as he stays away from like super serious, like political, racial issues, he don't bother me really. And that was him in his motherfucking bag. I could listen to him do that shit all day.
Same.
Did you watch Friends? Wait, let me check the comments on YouTube. We did get some. LaShonda says, writing down the avocado hack. Yep, Nick Jew came through with the knowledge. Tipsy with Fee says, now y'all about to make me watch Golden Bachelor. When Stephen A. said, go back to Natasha, I damn near choked on my Cheerios and blueberries.
Natasha was fine. I'm not even gonna lie.
Simone says, Nick Jew is always a good time. That Stephen A. clip nearly took me out. I'm actually watching the Golden Bachelor, and it is good. My mom says, awesome guest. We were all watching the delightful conversation between friends.
Oh.
And Aisha says, Nick Jew really out here making guest appearances while giving us a monthly podcast. Love y'all regardless. She must be a What's the Tea fan.
Yeah. She's like, you
shots fired.
Oh shit, she hit her with, you got time to lean, you got time to clean. That was hitting Nick Jew. You got time to go on these other little podcasts. Why don't you ready to put out something for us?
You and your little podcast friends.
I know. Playing right in front of my face, right in front of my salad.
All right. The next one is the poll. Did you watch Friends? Yes, and I'm black. Yes, and I'm not black. Or no.
I never watched Friends.
So that's no for you.
I'm like you. I've seen it playing, but I normally be like, okay, I acknowledge it, but then I just go on something else.
I've literally never watched a full episode of Friends, and it wasn't by choice. I don't know why. I really don't, because I've watched Seinfeld. And it used to come on WJZY. That was one of the only channels that came in the room that me and my brother had for our TV. And I watched that, and I watched Star Trek, The Next Generation. That's how I ended up watching those shows, because that's what would be on when we were just in the room chilling. And I don't know if like Friends never got syndicated at that time, or maybe I don't know what happened, but I just never got into Friends. But I bet it's good. I'm not against getting into it.
So, and that's the same thing about Seinfeld. I've never seen like a complete episode of Seinfeld. I know it exists and I know it's out there.
Seinfeld.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but I've never actually watched it. Like, I know
it's hilarious. And if you watch Curb, that's basically like Seinfeld, but with cursing and shit.
Okay.
Larry David is the person that like was co-created and did Seinfeld, and his character on there is George, but obviously him in real life is to me is even funnier than the portrayal of George. Anyway, so 28% watched it and they're black, 8% watched it and they're not black, and 64% did not watch it at all. And on the people with money, Spotify, 37% watched it and they're black, 8% watched it and they're not black, and 54% didn't watch it at all. That's a lot of people. And like I said, I've always felt the peer pressure on the internet was a little fucked up about that stuff, because once it turned into like a race war about friends,
Right.
people start being dishonest or downplaying it. And the show was too big, especially for the kind of black people that be on social media.
That show is fucking everywhere.
Yeah. Especially for the kind of black people that be on social media. It was too big for y'all to be lying like y'all didn't watch it.
Right.
And I don't mean to cast aspersions, but come on. A lot of the black people that be on social media, you're on there because, especially if you're not getting enough black community and interaction in life, you can go to the oasis of the internet and be like, this is Wakanda. And things take on a fiction where it turns into no one ever watched this. And I'm like, there's plenty of black people that watch Friends. And I know because y'all spend a lot of time complaining about how ain't no black people on there. It's a staple of being a black person. You like something white shit, and the first thing you be like, wait a minute, what the fuck?
Yes.
So what would you be complaining about unless you watched it, you know?
That's true.
And then, of course, finding out the Living Single and Friends, like, angle and the theft of it and all this shit, we found that out recently. Like, we might have suspected it, but we found out for sure, like, couple years ago. So you can't be like, yeah, 15 years ago, I knew. No, the fuck you didn't. Anyway, I'm glad y'all were able to come out of the closet because I saw the blacks. I saw y'all mourning Chandler. And honestly, it warmed my heart. I said, I love when people don't be fake.
Right.
It don't always have to look good or politically correct. I love when people don't be fake, man, because there's so few real moments that happen these days where just you're not releasing a PR statement. You just sad because like one of the people that entertained you is gone, and in that moment it doesn't matter that the internet was joking about how white the show was and no one ever watched it and because you did watch it and it do mean something, and I think that's beautiful. The Q&A was blacks for whatever. Sid says, did the kids vote in the first grade the year they recounted 10 million times? So all the pizza companies used it in their marketing. So president equal pizza until rock the vote, or TRL by Obama president equal A-list. Oh yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I forgot about.
You telling your age? I remember all that.
Yeah, I forgot about that shit. I did love the when we were kids and you voted in the fake election. I did love that. And the Democrats always won because we kids. You know, Democrats, like, if you a kid voting Republican, you're just like a white kid that's like Christian. You know what I mean? Like, you just want to be different. Like, kids should always be for what Democrats are for, because Democrats at that age, your understanding is just like, these are the people that are okay with everybody being cool.
Yeah, and also I remember they don't even do this no more. As somebody who consistently votes, they used to have it when you would vote. They used to have like a little smaller box just for the children to vote. Like, they eliminated all of that. Like, it was kind of fun. And I don't know if they really counted them votes, but they were like, hey, kids, you can vote too. You know, to kind of give the kids something to do while their parents are voting. Right.
Someone in the chat said, it's set in NYC and there's no black people. Listen, I lived, quote unquote, in New York for, a little bit under a year. I'm not really sure how people can live in New York and not understand that that's completely possible. Like it is. It was very apparent. Like, this is one of the complaints. Same thing for Girls too, in Seinfeld. This is one of the complaints to me that just kind of doesn't feel thought through, because there are places in New York where it's very segregated, and not aggressively in the like down south, like better not see no colors in here, but it aggressively in a very like, this is Little Italy, or
you cross a certain block and like you be like, well, god damn, everything changed.
This is where the Jewish people live. And then that's before you get into like the classism of it, and then the segregation of like what people do for a living. So like artistic spaces and shit. The fact that some motherfuckers never even leave the part of New York they live in.
Right.
It's extremely possible. If anything, that is a huge reflection of their actual lived experience. Like, when people would complain about Girls, I was like, the last fucking thing I want is them to start writing black characters. They don't hang out with black people.
Right.
That woman don't know black people, and she's just gonna write terrible black characters. And what did she do?
Gonna complain.
She wrote Donald Glover, Republican black love interest, and I was like, because that's the kind of black person she would know if she knew any. Leave us out of your shit. I can enjoy your shit and not need to be represented by everything I'll look at. But yeah, totally makes sense that Seinfeld ain't had no niggas on it and all that shit. Totally makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Just like black people can have an experience where, you know, you could be, you know, live in areas where if you don't work or anything outside of the area, particularly New York, you be around black people more than anybody else.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it says something about the way they live their life, but also that's the way they live their life.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Raphael says, Nick Jew on point about that naked show on Max. I love it and I can't recommend it enough. If I ever become single in the future, I'd like to go on it and flex this sexy bod. Until then, Stephen A. Smith preach. Sweet SYWT says, sword ratchetness cops said game blouses. Olamni says, how can I make that Arby's money? Start selling drugs. It's easy. Key Taylor says, when slicing onions, use a really sharp knife and it'll cut down on your eye irritation. Oh yeah, I was making a joke about that. I got a sharp knife. Come on now, player. Come on. I don't cry when I cut onions. That's for newbies. Also, underripe avocados or bananas ripen faster in a brown paper bag in a warm place, like on top of your fridge. Thank you. That's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Mucho Mama says, shelf-stable milk is a life hack because I don't need a whole gallon, just a little for my cornbread on my Cocoa Krispies. Also, rinse your red onions with cold water to tame that little bite. Yeah, I do that sometimes.
Oh, and something, maybe this just me, or maybe I haven't paid attention. I wonder why when they sell milk, they don't have, y'all know when y'all go to school, y'all get the little carton of milk. I wonder why in the grocery store, they don't sell like little cartons of milk. They might have it. I don't pay that shit no attention.
I was just about to say, they might have that.
Okay.
I really don't look and don't care because I don't want little cartons of milk. I want the whole milk. But
somebody like, I just need a little corner of milk.
Yeah, maybe they do have them though. Because
Mm-hmm.
I remember they did have them, but that felt like a thing for kids. You know, the little milk in the box and the cereal in the box.
Yeah, where you trying to package it up for them? Cause like, here's your milk and your cereal to go to school.
But I'm grown now. I don't do that.
Well, just I am an adult.
I don't want y'all giving me a fucking teaspoon of cereal. I want to pour as much as I want in the bowl because I'm a fucking adult.
Child, yeah, and try the way I consume milk. Child, yeah. Now you can't give me that. I'll be mad.
Yeah. But yeah, absolutely. Water on the cold water, that helps too. But I also feel like these GMO onions don't hit the same with the making you cry. I feel like you gotta go to farmer's market to get you a make you cry onion these days because now everything is made of like half Tyrannosaurus Rex DNA and shit.
That scienced out the crying.
Now, yeah. Now you fucking you can eat an onion like an apple now. You won't cry because it's not real no more. You just it's like half
and I spliced it up.
It's like half fucking it's like half of a pterodactyl. Like bees ain't pollinating these.
No, they not.
Bees no more. This is just DNA somewhere. They cloning fucking onions and they don't work the same. You know.
Give me the real deal.
Kesha says, great show with Nick Jew. I agree. All right, that's it for that episode. Let's go to the next one. The next one is Keith Lee coming. 2798.
Yes, he did.
Came to Atlanta and crushed the buildings, apparently. 7 comments. Lots of comments this week. Mary says, oh, Karen, I too have small ear canals and have felt the sweet relief of getting a wax flush from my ear. Wow, it was a whole new world. I had no idea I was using only 60% of my hearing. Anyway, thanks for the PSA to keep our ears healthy.
Child, yes. What I tell you, because I thought, well, I'm taking care of my ears. I'm flushing it. And child, when she hit me with that blow thing, she was like, She pulled that shit out. I looked, I was like, God damn, that's been in my ears. And y'all, ever since then, it's like I can hear, but it's one of the things where I go, oh, this is what it's like when they're not stopped. So what I might do is when I go to my annual, just go ahead and have my doctor go ahead and refer me, just get them clear and clean annually. That way I know that they, because by a year, that shit better probably be done build up again. And I'm going to still use the stuff, to soften it just so it'll make it easier, for them to pull it out. But yeah, like I said, if it get real hard, they can flush that with water, and they even have things that like kind of micro get in there and get it out, if need be.
Green Eye Bandit says, I've been a fan of Keith Lee on IG for a little while now. I love how he uses his influence to bring attention to smaller, sometimes struggling restaurants around Vegas that may have quality food but need help getting the word out. I honestly didn't know he did reviews anywhere else until he started shaking the tables around the A. Yeah, I know he's gone to Florida and a couple places. There was a little controversy at an establishment where he was asked to do a review. He didn't really like the food, and then the dude did the manager of the restaurant did a basically like, I don't respect Keith Lee's opinion. No one's opinion should change how we do things. And Keith Lee made like a response video being like, you asked me to come out and then you said, give my honest opinion, shook my hand, and then immediately was like, your opinion doesn't matter. And, and I, like me and my friends are having like a discussion about it. And I think, they were kind of on the other side of this to some extent, but I'm very sympathetic to what Keith Lee is trying to do. And I'm not really a Keith Lee guy in that I don't go in for all of it. Like he definitely loses me with the God stuff and all that stuff, just because you're doing food reviews and it's getting mixed in with this like religiosity that is about you being like a vessel of God to like help people and stuff. But when you got to give an honest review, that's not going to necessarily be helpful in the way that is a feel good thing for people. So like you can leave Jesus out of it and it's just, the content would be just as effective and good to me. But I feel like when you put the Jesus in it, you can kind of hide behind like, it's not me. It's like, just what I was called to do or something. It's like, you do, this is content. You're making content. It's fine. You don't need to not be a religious person, but it just ain't really having nothing to do with these videos, in my opinion. But I think he's a dude whose content has like it's blown up to a level with this Atlanta thing that he probably even couldn't foresee. And I'm sympathetic to that because I'm like, people are coming at him like he should have known. And I just don't see how anyone could have known this would happen this way, because it's not really the content of what he's saying that is causing these reactions. It is the animosity people in Atlanta have for the restaurant, the bougie restaurant scene.
Yes.
And he just kind of touched on that nerve, and then they jumped on the restaurants, and they've been like sharing stuff and going in when he's asking them not to.
Right, because from my understanding as somebody, not from Atlanta, like you're right, he ended up being like, well, these are the experiences I had, and people was like, yes, like it is fucked up. Like those people was like, I'm so glad somebody bought them out the light. Like it's fucked up they charge for this. It's fucked up you can't eat there. It's fucked up they don't do takeout or whatever the case may be. And like you said, I think it's one of them things where this was bound to get to this point, and him touching it just sped it up to that explosion.
People been mad about this for a while, and they just glad the spotlight was shined, and they took and made it vitriol when he's literally asking them not to. Like the saddest part to me, and I always am gonna feel sad about this because of what we do for a living. It's a personal thing. It's projection. It's not necessarily other people will feel this way, but it's always sad to me when a person has clearly good intent, and then the internet and social media will, because it's such a destructive force when it wants to be, will not respect the content creator's intent, and they will basically do destructive things as if they're helping that person. So like you harassing a restaurant when this man asked you specifically not to, did 27 types of disclaimers about how his experience is his experience, but that doesn't mean it's a bad experience for you. It doesn't mean you wouldn't have a better experience. Right. It doesn't mean this restaurant could have had an off day. He's doing all these disclaimers, and people went, no, let's call the restaurant. Let's go on their Instagram and make comments. Let's, threaten to close them. Let's threaten violence.
Which is beyond his control.
It is. And then people hit him like, how can he let this happen? He's not letting it happen. The people are doing it despite him.
Right.
And so I always feel a little bit ways about that. What I'm interested to see with Keith Lee now is, does he adjust his approach? Because I've already seen him talk about threats he's received to his family. I've seen some person on Twitter that I'm not sure is an official spokesperson of any type. So I don't take this with a grain of salt, right? But I saw somebody say like, Keith Lee has said he's thinking of not doing these like city tours anymore because of what happened. And I mean, I could understand that. And maybe he's gonna have to go back and do some like Mr. B shit, because I think what's important to him is to be an everyman and to give an honest opinion of what it would be like for the average consumer who's not famous, not an influencer, to eat at these places, and what the food quality is and the service quality. That is what he's going for. And you might not like that that's what he's going for, and you may feel that it's impossible to go for that at this point if you're Keith Lee. But at the same time, like, he has to make a decision. Is that going to still be my thing? And am I going to do that for restaurants that are catering to a bougie clientele? Because what I haven't heard addressed in all this, and I think it's a huge point that everyone's missing, maybe these restaurants want the bougie clientele.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they're not restaurants in the way that, like, we're treating them like, why aren't you like McDonald's? Everyone comes and gets the same service. The hook for these Atlanta like influencer restaurants is that you don't get the same service. We're gonna treat you like shit because you're not a celebrity. If a Real Housewife comes in, they get the best service, and you know what you get out of that? You get to be around a Real Housewife.
Mm-hmm.
That is like going to the club.
That's what I was about to say, club.
So
yeah.
that no one wants to. The restaurants aren't really being honest about that.
Mm-mm.
But low key, like, he just told what y'all already do. I'm surprised no one's leaned into it and been like, yeah, okay. I don't know if you noticed, line out the door every week because motherfuckers just hoping that some celebrity comes in and they get to fucking be, you know, around the waiting room when they watch Ludacris walk right past everybody and go to the fucking special VIP table, and motherfuckers dumb enough to pay for that for some cold eggs. They don't give a fuck. It's cold, but that's the truth. You know what I'm saying? But so it's kind of interesting to see like how the assumption could be false in the first place that these restaurants are trying to be like an Olive Garden. They're not.
Mm-mm.
You know,
it's
so
like we not an everyday man's place.
Yeah, and to some people that's a real fucking like treat. I know a lot of clout chasing ass motherfuckers, or just want to be around clout type of thing, where the experience is, hey, we was in here and Portia came in here.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, oh, that's a big thing for some folks, you know? So anyway, I think the Keith Lee thing has taken on a life of its own because it's Atlanta, but I don't blame him. And I want to see, the thing I was going to say is I wonder if he goes Mr. Beast route. Not that he'll make the money of Mr. Beast, but this idea of like, I'm only putting out positive reviews for smaller restaurants or for people that ask me to come there or something like to that effect. I wonder if he would do that, because right now he goes to places where like fans request him to go and stuff like that. And that's what they did for these restaurants.
Right.
So when he says I was asked to go here, it doesn't necessarily mean the staff asked them.
Right. It
It could be just enough people in Atlanta were like, yo, check out Milk and Honey. We want to get a review of that. And one of the reasons they would ask is the line's always fucking 2 hours long and they don't get to go and da-da. And so he gave them this is why the fuck you don't get why a lot of y'all want to go and want to know a review. It's not about the food, you know. It's kind of like a hard place to get into. Boom. Now it's blown up. Not sure if you caught it, but the list of rules you read from, one rule demanded a certain gratuity for parties of 5 or more people, but another rule for the same place said they don't accept parties of more than 4 people. As Karen would say, what is happening here? Right. I didn't even notice that.
Yes, what is happening here?
Tommy D says, all this time I thought people were talking about the AEW wrestler Keith Lee, but then I finally saw him. And you know AEW wrestler Keith Lee?
No, it's just funny that he thought it was wrestling.
Oh, okay. But then I finally saw him, and to be honest, he looks like WWE's Wesley, which brings me to the real reason I'm writing, folding chairs. As I was leaving a wrestling show, seeing the theme here, I was hit in the back with a metal chair by my blockhead friend. Lucky for me and him, it had a padded seat, so it didn't hurt like it could have. First of all, why are folding chairs at a wrestling match if you're not a wrestler?
Ain't that
Don't
the truth?
they know
Why
that-
is you picking it up if you're not wrestling?
Well, no. That's not the question I'm asking. Why does the chair there? I know why you're picking it up if you're not wrestling, because wrestling fans are some fucking dickheads. Of course someone's going to pick up that chair and hit somebody with it.
Ah, right.
What the fuck? That's like...
Don't even put it in their hands.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's like if they handed out guns on the way out of John Wick. Like, what the fuck are you... why are there free guns outside of John Wick? Some asshole's gonna be like, oh, look at me, I'm John Wick, pow, pow, pow.
Yes, and shoot everybody, and then for you got to shoot down.
Yeah, that is so dumb. That's got me thinking about different, what are the different power levels and stats of different kinds of folding chairs. Steel chairs would be the classic choice, +9 power, but wooden folding chairs are a little weaker, but not by much, because the potential of blisters, +5 power and +3 bleeding. Beach chairs have a frame, but the seats are usually cloth, and folding bar stools have great reach. There should be a Final Fantasy like weapon stat sheet for the Blackout Tips official weaponized rump resters, because there's such a wide variety of these things.
Mortal Kombat chairs, that shit will be flames.
Now, see,
fuck somebody up, finish them, and you just take that folding chair and fuck them up.
So this is where my mind goes with it, and I don't know if this is even possible, and it's probably way more work and ridiculous, but I'm imagining like 16-bit turn-based RPG based off of the Mississippi Brawl, and it's, I'm sure someone's probably created this at this point. It's no way.
It looked like that old school Ninja Turtle where everybody's on the screen.
Well, that's not a turn-based RPG. I'm thinking more like Final Fantasy type of.
Okay, well, you go one at a time. Yes.
Yeah, Sea of Stars, this game I'm playing now. I'm thinking of that, and then you have move sets where you like attack with the folding chair, and then you have like special power-up moves, like you could throw the folding chair and it come back like a boomerang, or and then like you upgrade your weapons, and you could be like, oh, this is the bar stool, you start off with the like you brought up the beach chair that doesn't do as much damage, and you're fighting slimes and shit. I would love this.
Yes, and as you upgrade, even your beach chair will get a certain power. You have a power where at first you could just kind of swing with it, but then you have this power where you open up your beach chair and a fucking beach ball pops out, and it kind of does a little bit more damage. You snap it closed. Yeah, so you open it up and sand shoots out. Oh, bitch, I played this motherfucking game. Let's go.
Oh, Alabama. I'm sorry, my bad. My mistake, everybody. And like to heal, you can just pull out the chair and sit in it for a turn.
Yes,
it's like plus 50 hit points.
Because, you sitting there with your legs folded. Yes,
like I would love that. So my bad about the location, felt. But yeah, so that's a great idea, Tommy. Abia says, Rod, you said Bernie Sanders was from Maine, but as far as a foreigner know, he's from Vermont, or even he is from New York and was politically active in Vermont. Always happy to female explain. Appia from Germany. Thanks for keeping me on my toes, Appia. My mistake. Carmen J says there was so much money and resources brought into North Carolina and Georgia during the 2020 election. It was a beautiful thing. In North Carolina, you can see the effort helping. But their gerrymandering is so strong. In Georgia, we saw how it worked for the Senate race. However, for the governor race, no matter what Stacey Abrams did, she couldn't take the W. So instead, she funneled it into other elections. But when we make these big strides, the Republicans go back to cheating and changing the rules and ensure a win. They're like, can't let them ninjas take hold. It's really depressing. I agree. Second note, Ink and Ivy is one of those spots that was all about vibes and a terrible dining experience. And I don't know if y'all ever had the opportunity to visit the Mayflower restaurant. Yeah, in Raleigh, my friend John, a long time ago, we went with his family. The food was good, but I noticed what you're about to say. The one in Greensboro had a rule sign up that was like, your food is going to take forever. You can't leave. We expect payment. Yeah, Mayflower had a lot of rules on the door that, brief Republican moment, everybody. Brief Republican, prepare yourselves. Okay. 3, 2, 1. They had a lot of rules that seemed like they had a lot of niggas that came there. And I don't mean, in the like the racist no blacks allowed way, but it was like stuff we do.
Yes, that they was like, we are tired of this bullshit. Well, people better realize when people make these rules, they don't make them for no reason. Like I know it might sound silly, but y'all seen like the videos we talked about this before. You go, why do they have a no squirting sign up here? Because some bitch came out here and they squirted on the table, so they had to say a rule. They're like, you can't squirt while people eating their motherfucking
So
food.
It wasn't anything like that raunchy,
right?
But they had some rules that made me be like, okay, I've like as I'm reading each rule, I'm like, I've had an aunt that's done all these. You know what I mean? Like that type of thing where I'm like, I've been in a situation where I'm like, this doesn't seem like you should be able to do this here. And apparently enough of us had done it that they made a rule. Now, the thing I liked about that meant to me, oh, this food's about to be banging.
Right.
Because enough black people have come here enough times, despite all these rules, that they have these rules and they still in business. And it was banging. I enjoyed the Mayflower. It was some good ass food up in there.
It was really good. It's one of these things where people go, well, why is this rule up here? Trust. Somebody has done some shit. Put it like this. They would prefer not to have these rules. I hope y'all realize this. They don't want to make these rules.
Oh, we got one in Concord Mills now.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, I didn't even know that. So
I'm about to say, start that on the list.
I didn't know that we had one. I wonder if they got the little list on the door. You know, Concord Mills not necessarily black.
No, it's not.
Listen, they got crab legs, all you can eat. Listen, if it's all you can eat crab legs, let me tell you what's coming through next. The blacks, okay?
Yes, they are. They're gonna ride their ass from Charlotte to Concord.
Listen, all you can eat crab legs. Hey, we'll be there, you know. Yeah, baby flounder and popcorn shrimp, $9.95. Come on, my G.
Come on.
That's all me.
and y'all know you go anywhere else, you're just gonna be like $15, $20 for some shit like that.
That's all me, dog. Come on, man. Anyway,
that shit gonna be good and fried hard.
Let me get off this page. But yeah, so back to this. Ramsey D. Jenkins says 5 stars for your passion you give every time you talk about voting in the South. Well, that's all Karen. She goes straight to the South when we start talking about anything with voting. She's gonna always advocate for the folks down here, and I love that.
Yeah, cause and you know, like I said, that's my quote unquote button. I know people joke about that, but like that's my thing, because bitch, I live here. And you know, as somebody that listens to a lot of political podcasts, and as somebody that listens to a lot of podcasts from people all across the country, I'm like, you know, when they start talking about these topics and they start saying certain things, I'm like, hey dog, as somebody that live here, you on that bullshit. You on that bullshit now.
Yeah, I think the thing for me is like I already agree with it, and I feel like we've said it so many times on the show that in my brain I'm like, who needs to hear this shit again? We know it's a double standard. We know but then one could be somebody's first time listening. Could be somebody's first time thinking about it, but 2, it's a point that always stands, and so you know I just shut the fuck up and be like, do you think? Because you know it's important, and I hear. When I hear people talk about voting in other places and stuff like that, sometimes that shit slips in, and I'm like, you know, Karen, they would need to listen to what Karen has to say about this, you know?
Yeah, and like I said, and as somebody, like I said, I wasn't born here, but I was raised here, so it means something to me. And for a lot of people that live outside of this area, some people have been here, some people have not been here, and it's one of these things where you have these assumptions about the South because because of whiteness and how whiteness have pushed and taught people, unless you're deeply in the history, where you know you're making these sweeping statements like, you know, something's just quote unquote wrong with the South, and how could them niggas quote unquote allow that to happen, and why ain't they fighting back like we just fucking rolling over? And I'm like, bitch, that's not true.
Evie says, my mom told me she turned away some big ass teenagers who tried to trick or treat at her house, so she probably agree with the no trick-or-treaters over 13 rule. But me, on the other hand, I give out candy to everyone. I have so much candy left over every year anyway, so why not? Well, it's not fair to use them being big ass teenagers against them. The onions got hormones in them at this point, okay? They don't even make you cry. They having periods at like 3 years old. You got to leave these kids alone, okay?
Right,
they just look big. They still 13. What am I going to do with all that candy? Halloween is for spreading joy by giving out free candy. Also, some food for thought. There are lots of special need kids and young adults who can make cognitively function as young children. So I don't mind giving them candy to the older kids regardless. Yeah, to me, it's like if you're giving out candy, just give it out.
That's how I feel. If we was giving out candy, and like I said, I haven't done it in decades, I would just give it out to anybody that walked to the door.
Yeah, if you got hang-ups about it, then just don't give it out.
That's how I feel.
You know, to me it seems, you know, fairly simple, but you know, I know not everybody agrees with that. Let's see. Back to this. Keith Lee had all of ATL in shambles. I really enjoy his videos because he seems like a genuine young man who has really helped a lot of small businesses. It's so weird to me that people say he's tearing down black businesses for talking about his actual experience, and that some people think he shouldn't speak ill of businesses if it's black owned. Yeah, and like I said, he gives me a different vibe than the dude that came to Charlotte, shitted on all the black businesses, and was like, "I'm opening up my own black business," and it's like, this feels weird. You know,
this feels weird. This feels strange. This feels like clout. You know, and you're not trying to find everybody just for clout. Don't get me wrong, but you know, it's one of those things where I do agree with you as somebody who is a fan of his. I actually really enjoy his videos and things like that. And it's one of those things where he's honest with people and he goes to like these various different spots. He was like, "Well, I can't promise you anything, but I'm gonna try the food, you know, and this, that, and the other." And you know, I think that because of white supremacy and blackness, a lot of people feel like when it comes to black people, don't embarrass them more than anything. Don't talk about. And you're like, well, if my experience isn't good, you have me black owned. It doesn't mean I'm shitting on you. It just means I went to a restaurant. So when people have bad experiences at white restaurants, that's quote unquote unacceptable at all. You know, but when I go to a black restaurant and have a bad experience, I'm supposed to keep my mouth fucking shut and not say anything because it's black. Get out of here. A bad experience at a restaurant is a bad experience at a restaurant.
Yeah, I just also think that he does a lot of parsing to make it not be like what you just said, where it's like it's a bad experience. Like he does a lot of like it could be off day, it could be this, you know. And I think you know, even the stuff he does where he's like, I went in myself, and then they told me it wasn't gonna be a long wait. I feel like even that's important because there's a lot of people who look at his videos and go, yeah, but you know, they might have just been busy. And with them being busy, how do you even fucking know that, you know, it was about what you're saying it's about, you know? And so it's important, I think, for him to kind of come in and clarify and be like, no, I did go and it was this fucked up and it clearly was like, you know, they made this decision to let it be fucked up, you know? And if I would have been a different person or a different whatever, this experience would have been just fine. So back to this. If the service sucks, they need to do better. Just because it's black owned and most of the customers are black doesn't mean we don't get good service. I hope Keith continues to do what he does and bless small businesses. Yeah, I think that's going to be the pivot, though. If he wants to go to full Mr. Beast and pivot to, I mean, I don't think this will be the pivot, but it's a lane he could do. Just flip it to, I only go to small businesses, hot dog carts and shit, and I only give reviews to help them and tell people that to make aware that these people are out here. He could do that if he doesn't feel like dealing with fucking, you know, the backlash and the double standard of like, this is anti-black. He you know, it's like an easy way out of that I could see kind of working for him, but totally, you know, if that's something he wants to do. All right, let's see. That's the end of those comments on the YouTube real quick. We got one. What is Bullet Ball of the show? Well, you probably haven't been listening that long, right, but you're on YouTube, Monter OJW. If hopefully you're listening to this feedback show, but go on our YouTube channel and go to the live show. The live show on our YouTube is actually us explaining what Bullet Ball is.
Yes, it is.
And you'll get to watch it with the video and all that stuff. So I would suggest you do that.
So much fun.
Let's see. The poll, was the Joe Smith Gender Wars video real? Yes or no? On our website, 17% of people say yes, 83% of people say no. On Spotify, 10% say yes, 89% say no. I'm in the no. I don't think it was real. She's now doing like interviews at TMZ and on podcasts. He supposedly moved out the house, but also swore he will never divorce her. I really think it's fake. The biggest mistake I think that's been made in this thing, I don't know her OnlyFans.
Me either. Nobody's posting it. You can't find it. I've actually even searched for it.
Yeah, if this is a real thing and she really has an OnlyFans, I feel she's doing a huge disservice to roll this out without giving us the link to the OnlyFans. I'm about to say,
not promoting it or pushing it.
And I'm not even saying that on some like, because I want to jack off to these. I'm saying just as a marketing thing. What's the point of doing all this embarrassing yourself and no one knows what the fucking OnlyFans is?
Agreed.
That should be like the number one thing.
Every time we see your face, we ought to see that up underneath you.
It makes me wonder if they're not really promoting her OnlyFans, but they're promoting themselves for like a love and basketball type of like reality TV show entrance or something. Like, we're a toxic couple, guys. Check us out.
You know, Mona Scott always scouting.
So I do wonder if that's what's happening here, because I don't know what the end game is. If no one's signing up to the OnlyFans, if it even exists, what's the point?
All right.
The Q&A was let the teens trick or treat. And then y'all left a lot of comments on this one. 17. Dig Owl 704 says, why not? Roger says Joe Smith needs to dial 1-800-555-POON Black Acting School. Langston says, Rod, I feel you should write your own gender war storyline. I know you'd make a masterpiece. I got to find the actors and I get that. It's hard to find good actors. That's the main thing that's downfall.
You gotta make it believable.
I can write one though. I could write a good one. I mean, they're so easy at this point. All you have to do, set up the conflict, and then right when it seems like one person's definitely the one who's wrong, you throw in some non sequitur ass shit out of nowhere that makes everybody go, well, wait a minute, they got a point, and then you got one. There you go.
You got one.
And it just, as long as neither point is clean, you know?
Yeah, it got to be messy. It got to be messy.
You know, oh, I have a secret OnlyFans, I never told you, blah, 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 you mad, and then, oh, he cheated on me, though. Oh, okay. Well, now we got us a fight, you know? Dorina says, people are such haters. I only care that people have costumes. Candy has no age. Yeah, I hear you. Chris says Bernie is from Vermont, but I'm sure he has a lot of support in Maine. Yeah, Vermont, Maine, same shit. Y'all know what I mean. Majority of white citizens there. So that's why Bernie and this other person from Vermont, that's why they act like the gun culture is no threat there. It's fine to have lots of guns and very little gun laws because, hey, it's a lot of white people here. We don't see it as a pathological issue like we see it with black folks. If this was Chicago, we'd have 27 types of gun bans, even if they're not even effective. We just have them because we need more laws to keep these Negroes in check. But white people, what are they going to do? They're never hurt nobody.
Right.
My estranged sister and nephew live in the neighborhood where the bowling alley was. I had mad anxiety trying to get responses. Raphael says there's a Venn diagram with the adults making laws banning teens from Halloween and those banning books in the name of protecting teens together. They are from the same tree of trash. Leash says, right, I didn't stop. I graduated high school, trick-or-treating in my neighborhood, school clothes with a pillowcase. Yeah, give me the candy.
Yeah, that is says, you know why I'm here, just, you know, hey, and if I'm giving it out, anybody can get some.
That is says, yes, please do nowhere for kids to experience life outside anymore. Russ says, as long as they don't make too much noise. All right, Mr. Get off my lawn. Michelle says, yes, some kids are dealing with food insecurity, even though Halloween candy isn't a meal that those babies eat. Coach Malik says, on the real, as long as they have a bag or bucket, they can get some candy. They just better not come to the house too late. I'm trying to get these kids to bed. Jeff says some psycho shit, but I bet this is mostly race-based. Man, I don't know. I didn't think about the racial demographic of the towns that banned the teens from trick-or-treating. Now you got me wondering.
That's a good question.
Music Hoarder says, let them enjoy them empty calories. Those words mean nothing at the trick-or-treat age range. Ignacio says, goddamn right, let the kids have fun. Yatunde says, let them kids be kids a little longer. Damn. Also, I got my student loans forgiven last week. So yes, it's real.
Hey.
I don't have to do anything either. Yep. Listen, it matter who you vote for.
Yeah, and my thing is, I pay my student loans off. Y'all know what I do? Every now and then, about every year or two. You know what I do? I log on to that bitch and check just to be sure somebody ain't like my bag. No, bitch, them bitches is paid for. And that's why they can't scam me on like them phone calls, them emails. Bitch, mine is paid for. I know this is the motherfucking scam. Bitch, my account is zero.
He says, I went trick-or-treating up until I left for the Navy boot camp. As long as they're not out there being assholes, I'm cool with the teens getting free candy. And Sid says, I feel like preteens and teens are the target audience. Yeah, that is a good point, because I feel like when I was like a real little kid, I mean, Halloween was kind of just like my parents chaperoning me. Like, there's something about Halloween that's, I don't know, it don't really kick in until you like a teen, about teenage years.
Yeah,
because it's the being out at night. It's when you can really go out without your parents, because trick or treat is supposed to be a little bit, edgy, like a little like, I'll egg your
Mhm.
house.
And-
I was never one of those kids,
Yeah.
but
And it's the age where for a lot of kids, their parents may allow them to start reading like mysteries and novels. Like
that's what I'm saying. It's,
like
it's,
when
it's
they
the Harry
first-
Potter age. It's the Hunger
Yes,
Games
when
age.
they
It's
first start getting into it.
Yeah, it's it's
And it means more to them.
it's goosebumps. Like it's
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, it is kind of interesting how like they're trying to take that away from those kids. Like those the main kids, if you think about it. Fucking like for me, when I was a kid, like it wasn't even really about trick or treat. Halloween was just candy.
Yes.
My 5-year-old has class parties, trunk or treats the whole month. Let them teens wild out for the night. Yes, that's the other thing. When you like real little, you go to class and they like change. Let's exchange candy. Wear a costume to class. Like, yeah, you're right. Trick or treat is for the kids that are a little older.
Yes.
All right, that's it for this episode. We got 2 more left for the week. Stroll and Stroke, which has 10 comments. We'll do it right after this commercial break. The reason that break took a little longer is because we had a Ring alert, and it was the Ring doorbell app. There's people that like can leave comments and ask questions, and we live by the airport, and apparently a F-16 fighter jet took off, and it made a lot of noise. Boy, it's these motherfuckers be in there commenting, boy. Damn, they scared as hell up in there.
Yes, they are.
Did anybody hear that gunshot 3 a.m.? I'll be like, nigga, we live next to the fucking police practice place. It's like,
we do
learn something about the area you live in, motherfuckers. Be 4th of July. Is that gunshots, niggas? It's obviously fireworks.
Fireworks.
Who the fuck is firing guns and also the sky lighting up?
Yes, they be like January the 1st. They be like, is that gunshot? You're like, bitch, people blow fireworks when the year crosses over 2. What
and
is
also,
this?
yes, it's gunshots. It's always gunshots too, but it's not like a murder.
No, it's not.
Calm down. You live here now. Anyway, sorry guys. Stroll and Stroke, 14 comments. All right, let's get into it.
Child. Yeah, I really appreciate y'all. Was like, we got shit to say this week.
Shinobi Master says, Man of the Woods is almost wholly produced by Timbaland or the Neptunes. Yeah, I know, it's strange to me too. Yeah, I
did not know that.
I just looked at the cover art and the promo tour and said, yeah, I'm out.
Right, and said, no, thank you, sir. You look like you two can prevent forest fires. I'm good, sir.
Yeah, I saw he made a choice when he put that album cover out. I said, yeah, he going back. Like, this for the whites, okay? Like it,
and like with no suit and tie going on. I was like, now why am I here then?
With no judgment, by the way.
Nope.
It just I never held him in such high esteem to be like let down by the dude. So when I seen this shit, I said, oh, okay, all right. He's fully back to whiteness.
And a child, I got all them shit starred on my favorite music apps, child. If I won't listen to you, I go back and listen.
I mean, look at this album cover, guys. It's literally watching. It's like looking at a picture that stopped halfway through him using his mutant powers to transform back to a regular white man.
And the promo for this was wild. Like now that it is like the promotion was like, excuse me, him and like a warm ass sweater. I was like, what is this?
Yeah, so
like the photo shoots for the promotion, I was like, good.
But yeah, so they good for him or whatever.
Yeah, as somebody who likes warm sweaters, I was like, I like that sweater, but no thank you.
Sweet Feet says, y'all sent me down a bit of a nostalgia rabbit hole with Peanut Butter Jelly Time. DJ Chipman and Buckwheat Boys made that Peanut Butter Jelly song and also had Ice Cream and Cake. Here's a YouTube link to Ice Cream and Cake. Well, I'm not playing it because one, we got posters on YouTube, but then two, I don't really care. DJ Chipman also had a very popular Miami bass of the mid to late 2000s with Beam and Front Back. I was in school in Miami around that time, getting my life trying to do the Wu-Tang with it and juking. Good times. Yeah.
Mhm.
Miami Bass had a minute.
Yes, they did.
I can't imagine what it was like living there. It must have been so dope. Because I only just know like Doo Doo Brown and shit. Y'all had, and Luke, y'all had like,
a bunch of
y'all probably know all the local folks.
Yeah, a lot of underground shit that like it didn't leave the city. Yes, I bet clubbing during that time had to be lit.
Yeah. And also like that music is more like music to be like experienced. It's not music, like it don't have like lyrics really. It's not like, it's a music that's about a vibe. It reminds me of that Wally World song where like that, I would never listen to that Wally World song by myself. It just wouldn't make sense.
It's like a group
But when I
experience.
saw that Wally World video with them girls in Walmart shaking that ass, I was like, and that's what that song, okay. You know, it's like you see it, a puzzle piece fit in. I'm like, that's what that's for? Well, shit, yeah, I love that song now.
And as shout out to Bomani Jones, when he said it makes them do that, you go, oh, I get it now.
Abia says, I agree about Justin. I think people judge him too harshly. He's the same age as Britney and was 19 when she got pregnant. He was also a child star and a cash cow for many and had his own challenges for sure. It's normal that he felt too young at that age to be a father and express that, and it was probably a smart decision to do so. In the end, it was her decision to have the abortion, and there are so many way worse white musicians. A lot of people concentrate on him so much, and I say that without ever having been a fan of his. Yeah, I think it's weird, and I think no one's going to ever be able to convince me, and it's fine. It's my bias. But I think there's a lot of black people that gave him a pass and thought like he's sexy and I would fuck him. And then when he turned into like a regular white dude, the vitriol and the backlash was so strong because anger is sad with no place to go. Mm-hmm. And so it doesn't make sense that you're a fucking grown ass person and you still mad at this nigga as if you couldn't understand any of the correlating circumstances that would make that dude make those choices.
Right.
I don't find the vitriol at him to feel like a reasonable thing. It feels like a very emotional thing. Mm-hmm. And people they don't need my approval to feel that way. It's just, but I'm opting out. I don't. He's just a regular white dude to me. He's never done anything spectacular in either way for me to feel like, any affinity for him. Trey says, Rod, this line you spoke in the episode about Britney was a bar, man. I screamed with joy after you said it. Nothing you have done since then has proven we should have had a baby together. All facts, all facts. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Mary says, regarding voting, LA had a huge scandal here last year when 3 city council members were caught on tape using racist language. Oh, I remember that.
Oh, yeah, because we covered that.
I remember that. Oh, they was wild. One of them was Nuri Martinez, our district's rep and the president of the council. Tons of people protested the meetings, which great. That pressure led to her resigning. But then this past spring, we had an election to replace her. Kind of a big deal. So we get the right person in there, don't you think? 7.67% of the eligible voters voted in that special election. 7.67%. What the fuck? This position directly affects our everyday lives as Angelinos, and 93% of us couldn't be bothered. Infuriating. Yeah,
that's how I be with them off-cycle elections, and so that's why you as somebody who gets reminders and shit like that, hey, it's time to vote. Like so, and sometimes the voting be like strange times. Sometimes they push voting, they push elections around sometimes and shit like that, particularly during COVID. So, being on like the Black Caucus and being on like mailing lists and being like your state and, and cities voter, registration where they kind of pump that shit out, reminds you just in case you don't forget. You're like, oh, okay, let me go check the candidates out. Let me see what's happening, because you can live your everyday life and sometimes not be quote unquote on top of everything. But, and it's one of those things where it helps you remember that it's coming up, to be involved. If your state allows you to early vote, it tells you to early voting and shit like that, just so you can be more proactive, because it's one of those things, like you said, the shit that matters, nobody votes for. And it's not that president doesn't matter. It's the fact that president has a less of an impact on your fucking daily life than the people in your local elections.
I think also just like protesting during a certain time period over the pandemic, and I even said this during the George Floyd protest, part of it was also about like, finally here's a thing where we can be outside and be together again, because people were so starved and lonely and we weren't having reasons to get together. And here's this thing we can all do outside. It's a reason where we can be together and we morally can justify like being around each other, even though we're not supposed to be. And motherfuckers come out to a protest and then be like, I'm not voting in this shit. Low key, when it's low turnout, I'll be like, my vote count like 10 times more than it used to, because y'all motherfuckers ain't show up. But yeah, I really do think, that says a lot that nobody showed up, or not enough people showed up to vote for that. That's crazy.
Yes. And also they're still, sending out like I'll tell you how, they, send stuff talking about voting and things like that. We got one, we've already early voted, but we got one about the schools and what they're covering the school bonds. And showing up, she was like, well, goddamn, yes, I'm voting yes for this. They was like, hey dog, like some of the heaters is so loud, the teachers are having to use like microphones to talk to the students because we need to get this shit fixed. So please vote for this bond.
Let's see. Slick and Slacious says, yeah, I think the Shondaland and workplace and your personal life issue could be better handled by just asking if everything is okay only once, to let them know you're willing to help, but don't if you ain't. That way, you care. They know you care the appropriate amount and not getting all in your personal private life, because you should pay some attention to how your employees are behaving at work.
But I'm not, and I'm gonna push back on that. Okay, I'm 100% push back on that. If you don't tell them, they don't know. I'm not trying to be funny. If you don't say anything, if you act like everything is normal, people cannot read your mind. They can't read your mind. So if you show up every day, you do your job, you don't complain, you don't talk to nobody, and then you turn around and look at them and be like, why didn't y'all talk to me? Why didn't y'all know? Why didn't y'all check on me? That is not their fault. It's not their responsibility. It's a transaction. You show up, you do your job, I pay you in the transaction. And this is how you personally feel. Other people might be like, bitch, don't ask me nothing. This is a transactional thing. You ask me about my personal life. My personal life don't fucking matter. I'm here to do a job, pay me, and go home. And I think a lot of people are projecting because, and I understand why you feel like that. But as somebody who like, bitch, this is a job? No, don't ask me that. If I bring this to you, that's one thing. But, it is not their job and nor their obligation to consistently check on the employees to be sure they're fine.
Yeah, I also kind of disagree, but not necessarily in the like, I mostly just don't think your workplace is a place of like, is everything okay, because she didn't seem to be showing signs on the set. She's the one who had this going on in her head about feeling isolated. There are resources to reach out to even on a set. There's people you can contact, unless she contacted them and forgot to put it in the podcast. She didn't talk about like, I was reaching out for help and no one was helping me. You have to take those steps, man. And I think what is happening, and I blame some of this on social media, but it's our virtue signaling and our inner monologues being like journals on social media. It makes people feel like everyone's psychic, but we're not better than we used to be at knowing each other. You have to be the one to be proactive about your own mental health and well-being. And so it's just an unfortunate truth. Maybe a friend could possibly see it, maybe a family member, but you know how many friends and family members don't see it all the time? Or you think like something's up, but you don't know what it is. And then people don't like openly address that stuff. Like where you go, are you okay? And they go, actually, I think I have anxiety attacks. Like that's such a rare thing for people to be able to express. And once again, there's cultures of shame. There's internalized shame. There's, I can deal with this myself. There's also projection. I felt like there was an invisible gun to my head where I had to do positive promotion of this thing. How would anyone know that? No one's actually putting a gun to your head. No one's making you do positive promotion of this. More than likely, they ask you, hey, can you do promo? And you said, yes. No, even while you were dealing with this shit. And I say that as a person that has like anxiety issues. There's been times where I just said yes to something, but internally I knew like, oh, this is going to be really fucking hard for me. But the right thing to say is yes. You know what I'm saying? When y'all heard me cry on this podcast when I went to New York, that was a lot for me. But I also understood, and to shout out to like therapy, some of my life is going to have to be uncomfortable for something I really want. And the tools that I have to deal with my anxiety are for me. They're not about, why doesn't the workplace understand that I have It's not about that. It's nice if they can do it, but it's not about that. I have to have tools for my own accountability, my own mental health, my own boundaries, because this world is not going to bubble wrap itself for me. So I got to be able to go out in this body with this voice and this whatever I have to be able to know when I'm walking out the door, that's me. And here's what I'm doing to protect myself, because I can't depend on any psychic HR person to come through and be like, Rod, I don't know if you're okay. Would you like us to give you some aftercare and mental health? Like, they're not going to do it. So it's, if I got to take care of some shit in my personal life, it may inconvenience work. Like that may be where they get involved when I'm like, I won't be coming to work this week, but it's going to be up to me, not them.
And also it depends on the working environment. All working environments aren't designed for touchy feely type of shit. And once you start bringing up issues and problems that are not work related to your job, some work start attacking that stuff and counting that stuff against you. And you just have to deal with judgment in the working environment. You have to deal with people putting that on your personal record and shit like that. So for some people, they're like, no, I'm not telling y'all bullshit.
Also,
I'll handle this outside of here.
Everybody's thing isn't the same. It's just not. Karen can have anxiety that shows up a completely different way than mine. And hers could be something where she needs a peer group and a bunch of shit. And mine can be, I need to handle this internally with my own thing. So it's just, we act like there's a playbook in retrospect. Like, here's what they should have done. And it's something that I think is just, it's really got exacerbated in the age of social media, because it's like when you hear somebody die by suicide and then people have all the like, what should have happened afterwards. And it's just like, you make it sound like everyone in their life didn't give a fuck about them. Right. And that's what happened. And it's like, you just don't know what you're talking about, and it's okay.
Yeah, and like I said before, I understand why you said it and why the person writing in and why you feel the way you do, but I just want to push back on that, because that sounds clean cut, like the situation just perfect, everything's gonna be perfect. You're not gonna fall into any of the pitfalls that come along with that.
Well, it works if the person is in a place to make it work. It's just you're often dealing with someone whose brain is having chemical imbalances and is not responding to impulses in the way that it typically would respond. So I have friends, they go through things sometimes. They have mental health issues and stuff that they work on. They're proactive about, but it doesn't mean they don't have a bad day. It doesn't mean they can't go through something. And ultimately I can't make them do anything. And a workplace definitely has there's some sticky issues around a workplace being the one to be like, you need to check yourself into a mental institution or something. You in a whole other can of worms. So anyway,
one more thing. And also the thing is, I guess the way I look at jobs might be different than a lot of people. The jobs, when you work for somebody, their whole thing is to protect themselves. Even HR, their whole thing is to protect the entity of the company.
Yeah, but that's giving in to like, that's an okay thing when you start normalizing it like that. It turns into like, well, that's just how it is. That's how I look at it. And I'm saying like, that's not, there are tools at a workplace that can help you.
Yes.
You have to push into those tools. I'm not saying that's not the reality of it, but there's people that have worked that system. I've watched it.
Yes.
When I was at Game Theory, there were people, hey, I'm having this issue. They getting the day off. They getting less things to do because they knew to ask, or they understood the boundaries and the things they needed, and they got that from that workplace. You see what I'm saying? There's other workplaces I've worked at that aren't creative spaces, and I knew people that worked that system be like, I need this mental health day, or I need such a day. But so a workplace doesn't have to just be a place that's so insular for itself that we all have to accept it. So I understand that. I just don't think it'll ever be a proactive, like, are you okay space. They're not going to come over to your desk and be like, you look sad, like, cause it's too much sticky shit on their side for them to be that kind of proactive. But you can get resources from work. They pay for therapy. They do a bunch of shit.
Yeah. And put like this, and that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is most jobs, particularly if you work like an office, have something where they have something outside, where they have like a mental wellness like they have something where you don't have to go directly to your boss. Like that's what I'm saying. Like so the jobs thing is to protect itself. So in quote unquote protecting itself, it goes, if you don't feel comfortable coming to your boss, your direct manager, but you still desire help, here's a number for alcohol and drugs. Here's a number for mental health. Like they have these entities that you can reach out to where you don't have to reach out to them directly because everybody doesn't feel comfortable. And also, and when I say as a company is to protect itself, they don't want to deal with lawsuits. So what they do, they put these things in place to be like, hey, we have these things in place. If you want to come directly to us, that's cool. But a lot of times your managers and supervisors and stuff, what are they going to do a lot of times? Direct you to those, to these things that are built in so that if anything happens, shit is on record, they can refer to it. They have shit that they can check. So if something goes wrong and you turn around and you try to sue them or you try to slander their names, they can be like, we did everything we were supposed to do. We adjust, like you said, we gave you the mental health day. We gave you the family leave act or whatever it may be. And so I think sometimes people put too much of a pressure on a working environment to just be this be all. And they want this working environment to be a person, but it's not. It's a collective group of people who are trying to accomplish the same goal, whatever that goal is. So that's how you kind of have to look at it. And people don't want to face the reality that that's what it is.
Yeah, I totally see what you're saying now. Yeah, you have to understand work is a transactional space. And even the mental health and the personal things they offer are transactional. It's not personal. It's not interpersonal. It's not a come over and ask me if I'm okay. It's I went to the such and such hotline and used that resource. And part of the things that come with that resource is I get more time off, or I can request certain things that I wouldn't be able to request without going through this process. So you should have to go through those processes. I feel you. But yeah, it sounded like she should have spoken to her union or guild rep. That's another big one. Cause that's the other thing. This in that space, creatives are more contract workers than workers. And I could tell from the responses to the article, a lot of people either never worked in that space or just don't understand how it's different from their job. Like, I'm not going to see these motherfuckers every day, 8 hours a day for, 300 days in a year. I'm going to see these people for an intense amount of time, but in a very short period of time, and not all the same. Like, you can have a 16-week shooting schedule, but because you're a supporting cast, you ain't even on the whole 16 weeks. They could film all your shit, in a couple of weeks and send you back home. Mm-hmm. And then her expectation of them caring for her afterwards, while it may be in a perfect world, it just ain't realistic. Thanks for the great show. Thank you. Evie says, we don't have early voting in my state, but I plan on doing my part come next Tuesday. I'm going to walk to my polling site because it's down the street. I get to exercise my rights in my body. Double win. Good job, Evie.
Yes, and also it varies per state and it probably varies per job. But check and see. Some states have laws in the books and some companies have like things where they will actually pay you to go vote, where they be like, hey, if you're going to vote, let us know, how long and we'll actually pay you for it. Check into it because it varies. But I've heard of people who go, I've, went to go vote and they, they paid me for it because like you said, you live in a place where they like, we vote on Tuesday and no other day, but this fucking Tuesday, you like, well, bitch, I got to work. And by the time I get off at 7, all the motherfucking polls are closed. You still should be able to vote.
Yep. Very okay says, Vero E. Key, I think, or maybe Very E. Key, Vero P, my girl. She says, came here like others comment just to say you all were on it during the White People News this episode. I laughed at this bit from Rod and had to commemorate in written form how you described Timberlake when elaborating on his white man past. He's just a basic off the rack white dude. He happened to have curly hair and motherfuckers thought he was different and he's not. He turned out to be like most of them, a bit disappointing. The curly hairline too good. Thank you. That was all off the cuff, but that is how I feel about that man. Mm-hmm. I wasn't even trying to read him. It's just, I don't know how he got to a point where he can disappoint anybody. What did he ever do? Has this nigga ever even said anything like pro-black? Maybe he did and I missed it because I wasn't a fan, but like, his music don't talk about us. He just dance and like sing good and got Timberland beats. What happened? Like, we act like this nigga was like ran for president and got the black vote and then got the office. Like, niggers, I hate y'all. Like, I don't care. if I saw this man, I would shake his hand and be like, man, you had 2 good albums. You know what I mean?
Right. And like I said, I don't have a problem with him. I know people complain about Super Bowl, but if they, select Justin and be like, we gonna do Justin and he gonna bring all his bops, bitch, I'm in the house, pom-poms and everything.
Yeah, even the Super Bowl shit with Janet, I feel weird about that because people turn supporting Janet into acting like Janet is a child. And I'm like, no, I love Janet Jackson. She wanted to show us her titties, and we should never ever disrespect that. Mm-hmm. I wanted to see them titties. I'm the one. People are like, who wanted to see this? Me, nigga, me. That was a great day. I remember I was over my mama in them house.
Yes.
It was Super Bowl. My family was there. He pulls out the thing, and then she covers up the titty, and I said, oh my God, it happened.
Everybody said, is that a titty?
I finally got to see Janet Jackson's titty. And the conversation we had in the room was very much a realistic conversation because ain't nobody on the internet. And a lot of my family was like, yo, that was really inappropriate. Why did Janet do that? We didn't go, clearly Justin Timberlake ripped her titty out for the world to see because he's an asshole. We went, that's clearly coordinated. She wanted to see them titties. She gonna have to pay for that. You can't just pull titties out of the Super Bowl. We all know the rules.
Yes, even though I wanted to see him, I understood.
Yeah, now did we know Les Moonves was gonna try to destroy her life? No, we couldn't have known that at the time.
Nobody knew that.
And Les Moonves has gotten a fucking free pass from everybody that's mad at Justin. They it's like they don't even read the article, dog. Les Moonves, piece of shit, ended up getting like really put out here in the Me Too movement, lost all his like clout in his job.
Yeah, movies and shit. I bet you a lot of people mad don't even know who that man is.
Les Moonves is I can't believe how many people don't. They just say Justin Timberlake and not him. He tried to destroy Janet Jackson's career off that shit.
Yes, he did.
And the only reason I'm bringing it up is not because I'm like, oh wow, I can't believe you tried to destroy her career. I think a lot of people would have been like, get this motherfucker off my airwaves. I'm mad. She tried to ruin the biggest night of our network. Like I actually do understand why someone would be mad if they were executive. That's not the problem. Nigga, you pulling your dick out and sexual assaulting people and shit.
Right.
The fuck you mean? This ain't appropriate. Nigga, your whole life inappropriate. You might as well not said shit. Anyway.
He'd have been better off.
God. Anyway, so that's the one I'll be mad at. Let's move as on. Janet, Justin Timberlake just kissed the ring. He was scared.
Yeah,
he said, he said, listen, I don't know who did what, but I'm about to do this. Both y'all motherfuckers ain't fitting to work again. I'm gonna make your life a living hell. And Justin was like, well, shit, man, I'm sorry, please. And he was like, all right, Janet, come on in. I'm about to make your life a living hell. She said, suck my dick. And he was like, all right, then. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm cutting off the fun for you. Anyway, she still made it because she's Janet Jackson. He couldn't do shit. He couldn't stop her.
No, he couldn't.
One of the most powerful men in entertainment. Couldn't stop her.
No, he couldn't because niggas was like, what? You think you about to do that to Janet?
She's still here. Okay. And we got to see them titties twice. Because I also remember when she went sunbathing. And the paparazzi, we saw them titties that time. And I was still into those. Another laugh when Karen forgot what segment it was until the clothing was described in elaborate detail. Said this turned to white people nude.
My brain went blank. Like I heard and everything, but for some reason my brain was like, wait a minute. The way he described it is what white people do. It was like, yes, I played the music and everything.
Yeah. Sid said, you think she put them down on purpose? Yes.
Yes. It was part of the choreography.
She wanted us to see them titties, man. She ain't never gonna admit it, but I could tell from the see, this is the thing. I've watched this clip like the motherfucking JFK assassination tape. I've seen it so many times, okay? There's this like showmanship, like the titty comes off and then she does this like this like over dramatization where she pauses for a moment and then she does the like look at the camera and then of course it fades to black and goes to commercial.
Yes.
So like, and it's exactly at the end of the song.
Mm-hmm.
And like the nipple accessorization.
Yes.
That's a titty that demands to be seen. That is a titty that says, look at these titties. If anything, it's our weird puritanical shame that is making her have to lie about it. But I know she wants to see them titties. She'll write it in a book or deathbed confess it, but I don't give a fuck. I know a titty that wants to be seen. She's like, look at these titties. Thank you. Wish we
Yes.
could have been cooler about it as a society. We wouldn't have to
Agreed.
live this lie. But absolutely not an accident. How many times I'd play the clip right now? We probably get kicked off of YouTube or some
You
shit. That's the only reason I
probably-
won't. But it was the dramatic, like, right to the, exactly what, like, on beat and shit.
Right.
Like right as the beat faded out.
It was choreographed. You can't tell me nothing different.
Because I was like running around the house. I was at my parents' house. They couldn't rewind it. If I would have been at home, nigga,
Yeah.
I would have missed the second half of the game. I've been like, rewind, let me see it again.
That's right. You was with
That's a titty.
Yeah, you was with your daddy before he got hip to the game of DVRs and shit. Yes.
Yeah. And yes, I think there were like kids in the room and shit. So you can't rewind it in a room full of children and shit. I mean,
I think it was all adults in our room.
yeah, it's also like super weird that everybody acted like, what? Pulling out titty Super Bowl? What's the problem? Like, come on now. Come on now. There are some lines.
Mm-hmm.
Obvious says, I just met a new black person. Uh-oh.
Oh,
boy.
shit.
J Fool, right.
They fool somewhere slamming a ham sandwich.
Yep. This might actually lead, and then his person got to clean it up so he could slam the sandwich in peace. He's
They
like,
gonna give him something else to do.
I'll just leave it right there.
They'll coming next week.
And this might actually lead to something. She was new in my yoga class. One, she laughed at my joke when the door was still closed and I arrived in short yoga pants. Everyone looked at me because it's cold. I said, I'm from Eastern Europe. This is summer for me. Ah, me. Haha. Number two, she is pretty tall like me. Well, maybe y'all can relate on that.
Mm-hmm.
Three, and here it comes. I learned that she has the same first name as me. That's very unusual because she looks around 30 and my given first name is Dorothea. Honestly, Dorothea is definitely a black name in America.
I was about to say, that sounds like an old black. It's one of them things where Grandma Dorothea.
Yeah, I don't think I know a Dorothea
Yeah.
that's white in America right now.
Every Dorothea I know is over the age of 60.
Right, and black. And in my opinion, my name is old white. Maybe it's, I guess, if you go back far enough, it might be old white, but it's old black in America. At the class, I went over to her and said, I'm so glad to meet someone my name who's under 80. This never happens. She said, same here, and she was delighted by it, and she is new in the class. I noticed my charm worked. Yes, I said bye, see you soon, and now I hope she stays motivated, keeps coming to class. Sorry for beating this dead horse even more. Now it's a delicious sausage soon. All right, well, we'll see what J4 has to say.
I'll be like, you gonna come around to this.
JL Covan says, me and Cookie caught a bestiality stray, sir. Man, I was high as fuck, bro. I don't know why that story was so fucking funny to me, but I'm gonna blame it on the drugs because god damn, I had a good time talking about that story. Woof. I was saying some wild shit. I'm sorry. No, I'm more sorry to Cookie than JL, obviously. I mean, Cookie, you could do better. No,
Cookie, get your shit together.
Cookie, you could listen, girl. Okay, don't settle. Okay, this man,
you ain't got to deal with that bullshit.
Okay, JL 10 years ago. Okay, Cookie, all right. He was doing the Tonight Show, but not this the new JL that's taking the train eating cookies. I don't know.
I don't know. You might need to reconsider, Cookie.
Okay, JL and cookies have a bad rep right now as it is. That was on his keep my enemies closer cover. Sean says, I mean, it's a step up from your pining over Lauren Berbert. Yes, Sean, that's a good burn, dog. I love that. That's great. Although I'm not gonna lie, Lauren Berbert and JL's obsession with having sex with Republican women that hate black folks is weird and creepy. It might be worse than the bestiality, so that's a good point. Sean says, congrats on your new phone. While I don't use fringe fruit tech myself, the company has gotten a lot better with Cook's shift from competency to competency. Glad you enjoyed the experience and you have never had to justify your decisions on tech advices. Yeah, like I said, it's clearly like lots of shade and shit going around in both directions. I try not to participate in that shit. I also, like, not to toot my own horn, but I find like a lot of the jokes are so hack. It's just so hack. Oh, you got the green text bubble. I'm like, that's a street joke at this point.
Yeah, it is.
No one's made a clever green text bubble joke ever.
And I don't care.
And like, yeah, like, wow, I hate that. You see somebody with the green what did that mean? What did that even mean? It sounds stupid to me. So that's the only reason I don't make the joke. But also, like, it's a corporation. They don't need my help. And then one comment on YouTube, J4 says, I think the parents are blaming trick-or-treating when their kids eat their edibles. They're like, oh, it must have been the house up the street. That makes sense. All right, last episode. It's our Walking Dead. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Gotta do the poll. Let me reopen that tab. That's my fault. The poll in the Q&A. Poll was, do your joints pop? Yes or no? 87% of our audience joints pop.
They in the club.
Oh my!
I'm
God.
so glad I'm not alone. And it don't happen often, but if I like dressed the wrong way or moved the wrong way, I've even had it happen when I've been getting my Thai yoga and like she put me into certain shit. That shit sounds so loud, it scared the shit out of me. I was like, what is that?
80,
like you go, what are those? Like that shit was loud.
87%. Oh, babies. Oh, we giving out free being gay and Tiger Bomb at the next
come on that next meeting.
next live show. At the next live show, that's going in the bag. I'm like, here's some Tiger Bomb, baby.
Child, yes, I love me some Tiger Bomb.
The next gift bag is gonna have Epsom salt.
Come on, you bullshit now, child. Get you some lavender, Epsom salt, and fucking soap, child. You gonna smell good, and your muscles gonna feel great.
Let me stop before I'm making jokes, and then my joints gonna start popping. I'm gonna be like, fuck. I'm like, y'all.
You making jokes, and all the algorithm on Facebook and TikTok and shit gonna be like Tiger Bomb, Epsom salt.
Nah, that's not what I'm talking about. I just know that I have joint not popping privilege, so let me just shut my privileged ass up. Y'all can't help that. Y'all joints is
child, Tiger Bomb had you feel like a brand new person. That shit'll be on fire, but child, when it finished doing this thing, you'll feel brand new.
Karen just turned it into a Tiger Bomb commercial. She don't care what we're talking about. All right, let's go to the poll on Spotify where it's the same exact percentage. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Shout out to y'all. Out here like me.
The Q&A. Happy Mariah Carey Day. Tamara says, it's time, Mariah voice. Kendra says, I played football when I was younger, so if I do a stretch twice a day, my joints sound like an empty, if I don't, I guess my joints sound like an empty water bottle in a trash can. James says, what a way to banana slip on that crime news. Hashtag guess the race. Hashtag peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat. Alani says, should do a horror Christmas movie with slowing down on her song. Ooh, that would be a good trailer. Aaron says, I ain't getting that nasty piss on my banana suit, Rod. I did say that. Mr. Span says, I'm glad your iPhone is working out for you, fam. 3 black power fist emojis. Thank you. I feel like that's a truce.
Ain't it though?
I don't know if you're being facetious or not, Span, but I'm gonna take you at your word.
Yeah,
and assume you mean it in a good way, because that choice is up to me. I don't have to take it bad, and I appreciate you. That's big of you, brother.
Me too. Thank you, Mr. Span.
You know what's crazy? I wouldn't have got a new iPhone. I was completely fine with my new one. Whatever the new features are, I haven't really noticed it. Yeah, my old one, and the only real difference is I got to use a different type of connector that I can use for my Samsung tablet and shit, but I can now use it for my phone. I haven't noticed all the upgrades to the camera and shit that they say come with it. It just, I could have waited. You know, I like to jump in on the generational shifts where it's like, oh wait, the iPhone can, can float. You know, I like to wait for those, and this one is just kind of like the same as what I had. Although, God, I love that my speakerphone works. God, it sucks when it don't work.
And it's like super loud too. I was like, shit, that's louder than mine.
It might be. I don't know, but it worked. Burbola says, it's time. Insert whistle register. Yeah, I can't do Mariah. Cynthia says, all I want for Christmas is you. Yep. Lee says, as a parent of 2, I can confirm your conspiracy theory is not a conspiracy. I have to inspect and sample both their bags every year. Haven't found any drugs or razors yet, but gotta be safe. You're doing it for them.
Mm-hmm.
It's like TSA going through your wallet, taking money out.
A piece for you, a piece for me. I see you. You ain't got to lie to us. You ain't got to lie, Craig.
Quee says, or Key says, nobody gives out samples of weed to get people hooked. It don't happen, and nobody is slipping coke to kids. They ain't got no money. They're not the target market for hard drugs. This isn't lean on me.
Right.
Exactly. And lastly, Sid says, we inspect for our favorite treats, not adult treats. I wish I would waste weed or shrooms or anything less on these chaps. Shrooms are great. Don't do with or take from whites. That's the trick. You know, the other thing is this. If somebody gave out some motherfucking edibles for Halloween, you know who it was. Because they be down the fucking block like, hey, stop, little, hey, give that back. What you doing?
By accident, they hunt you down.
Them gummy bears not for you. What the fuck? Like, it's not.
And then look at somebody. Why you put these gummy bears in there with the other ones?
Right. Like, that's somebody gonna want that back.
Yes, they are.
Last episode for the week is 2080, our Walking Dead recap.
The final one.
Caucasian standoff. 2800. EV says, thank you so much for recapping the rest of The Walking Dead. You didn't have to, but you did anyway for us diehards, and it's truly appreciate it. I really enjoyed the commentary. The only thing I would have changed about the finale is that someone needed to whoop Pamela's ass for throwing her behind into jail, but other than that, the ending was satisfying. I look forward to whatever you decide to review next. Well, I did see that House of the Dragon returns summer 2024.
Yes, bitch. And y'all know we gonna be there.
You know we doing that one.
You know we doing that one.
And then on Spotify for podcaster. Oh wait, no, YouTube comments for this episode, because we actually did get some. We got 4 comments. Sugar and Spice 4 says, I loved your Walking Dead recaps all these years. The funniest recaps out here, hands down. Thank you, Rod and Karen, for keeping us so entertained. Thank you. AJ says, you're welcome, everybody. Great recaps. Tipsy with Fee says, I appreciate you both for doing these recaps. So damn funny. And Karina says, Rod and Karen, thank you both so much for completing this Walking Dead recap journey with us. It was made even better because it was clear that you both were really enjoying it. Thank you, Karina.
I actually enjoyed recapping it. Like I said, nothing was spoiled. So we were watching it week to week. Y'all were literally getting our true don't know shit response. So this was very enjoyable. And shout out to Live in Color. I think one of us was about to spoil it. And
yeah, in hindsight, I recognized what they were talking about, because at the time I was like, what is Vernon talking about? Because we still had like 3 or 4 episodes to go. I was like, what? And then when I heard, I said, oh yeah, I remember he was gonna spoil it, but shout out to Corey. He shut it down.
Corey was like, no, they said they hadn't seen it, sir. Shh.
Shout out to the poll. Are you watching the Walking Dead spinoff shows? 18% of the audience is, 81% isn't. But on Spotify, 40% of the audience is, and 59% isn't. That's a high percentage. Wow. The Q&A was long live Angela Kang.
Yes.
Top Flo just says LLAK, long live Angela Kang. Vince says, yes, Angela came along and did her thing. While it was a little anticlimactic due to the spinoff spoilers, I still enjoyed it. Please think about Daryl Dixon recap. I mean, I probably won't do the recap, but I'll think about it.
I will think about it.
Coach Malik says, we've come a long way, and although I didn't watch initially, I watched The Walking Dead due to your podcast. I don't plan to watch the spinoffs, but maybe in the future I will come back and watch them. Who knows? Kendall says, love you guys Walking Dead recaps, and I'm so happy the show didn't go out like True Blood. Oh, yeah, that's true. Russ says, I will love The Walking Dead, love your reviews just as much. Onyx says, I ain't even watched the show, but love your recap. Chef's kiss. Thank you, Onyx.
Thank you. And not trying to find, I really appreciate people like that. People that are like, it's story time. People that they don't watch Game of Thrones, but they love our recap on Game of Thrones. And like over the years, we've had people that be like, I don't watch Game of Thrones, but the way y'all cover Game of Thrones, if I'm at work and somebody's talking about it, I actually know the characters, and people are like, I can actually add input based off of what y'all said and things like that, and like feel a part of it. So shout out to you to feel like you want to be a part of the group, but you was like, I ain't got the time to watch the shows.
Drew says, thanks for the recap. I listen every Thursday at work, making my workday much better. Please continue to do what you can. Your Game of Thrones, House of Dragon, and Walking Dead recaps are top tier. Thank you.
Oh yeah, we come back for Game of Thrones. I seen that Roger said the Game of Thrones, like, bitch, we back.
Brittany says, this is the end of an era. Pour out some liquor. Thank you so much for completing this. These recaps are how I became a fan of your show. Aww. And lastly, our girl Sid says, rewatching from episode 1, finished the final season at the end of the rewatch. I'm in it for the long haul. Glenn got beat the Pope last night, but my experience the second watch is vastly different. Yeah, man. Like I said, man, I know I was the only one on it. I don't care. But when Glenn got killed and that being like our official, like the Negan period of the show, loved it. Loved Jeffrey Dean Morgan. I read the comics, so I knew what was coming.
Right.
And I don't fall in love with characters on a show like this. It's a show called Walking Dead. You niggas are dying. And like anything, they had some guts. You know, I never had loyalty to any character, so I never was like, if they kill this character, I'm gonna be out. I'm like, they kill that character, they should have been watching their back. You know? Anyway, time to get voicemails, and we have 8 voicemails, and some of y'all have multiple voicemails.
What the hell are we talking about? Let's go.
This is gonna take a while. So let me at least play some music so we can get paid for this. That's one of my favorite ones.
Me too.
Part 2. All right. Y'all ready for these voicemails?
Let's go.
The first one is from Sid. So let's go ahead and get into it.
So, hey, y'all, it's Sydney. I'm listening to the feedback show, and I just want to comment on the voting conversation and different generations. Obama was the first president that I voted for, and prior to that, we had things like Rock the Vote, where celebrities got extremely involved in the voting process. And my very first memory of understanding what it meant to be president of the United States was the Bill Clinton scandal with Monica Lewinsky. I do think that all of those different situations and events have impacted the way that my generation sees government and politics, because it really transitioned from a political servitude to like, oh, we got to rock the vote, guys. Like all your favorite celebrities are picking a side. And it really, it is. It's a popularity contest for a lot of the people in my generation. Like even thinking about comments as simple from people in the next generation, like Sexy Red, say, "Oh, black people love Donald Trump. He gave us $1,400. What the hell is $1,400? You gonna bank your whole existence on that? Like that's stupid." But they're not thinking as deeply and as critically about it, because for our generation, that is kind of from at least my perspective, the way that politics has been presented to us. But love the conversation, love the feedback shows, because I'm a real listener. So fuck them other people, like you said.
Word.
Love y'all. Bye.
Listen, and that's such a great point. Because I hadn't even really thought about that generationally. But yeah, if you came up when if Rock the Vote and Vote or Die and all that type of shit happened earlier than you could vote,
right?
It celebritized, that's not a word, it celebritized the voting situation. And our tie to celebrity is so emotional and parasocial. It's not the same as my tie to when I was in school before I could vote. It was about the first George Bush. It was about Ronald Reagan. It was, Dukakis. These weren't celebrities. These weren't stars. These weren't people I wanted to be. I wasn't really influenced in that way. I thought of voting as a thing you are obligated to do when you turn a certain age. But for a lot of people, it becomes a thing you should want to do. It should be fun. And maybe that's where we fucked up, trying to make voting into this like a fun thing you do because Puff Daddy does it, it has fucked a lot of people up into being like, well, I won't do it because it's not always good results. If the person I get elected, they might do some things I disagree with. It's like that's the job. The next voicemail.
That's the job. And also, I didn't even think about it. I was already voting. So for me, the rock the voting shit, like you said, it wasn't for my generation. I was, so for me, I can see, like you said, somebody, and it would not be surprised for a lot of people. That's why it's emotional. Like you said, I don't quote unquote feel like it. We didn't have the option to feel. It's like, this is very important. You, as a citizen of the United States, you should want to vote. It's not pretty. These people ain't sexy, quote unquote.
Right.
They're very dull. They're very boring. But part of the job isn't the tap dance for you. Part of the job is to actually make this fucking country run.
Yeah, and pressuring them and talking shit is part of it too. Like you haven't seen me call out anybody that's like mad about the administration and their support of like Israel and all that, because that's part of being an active citizen, is paying attention and being like, I don't like this thing you're doing, and hopefully with the right people in office, you get some level of response, even if it's not the one you want, when you want, and all that shit. I'm never going to be a person that gives up, so I will be voting. To me, I don't feel like you can abdicate responsibility by not voting. I feel like you're just responsible. It's like, would you push a person out of the way of a car that's about to hit them, or would you I didn't even try to push them, so it's not my fault. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it.
Right.
But anyway, next voicemail, who I think this person left 2 of them.
Hi, Rod and Karen. This is Alomni. I was calling because I know this is probably a little late on the episode, but I thought about the soup plantation, or what I like to call the Master's Big House amusement park. I thought about what I would want on the menu, and one of them would have been John Brown abolitionist avocado toast.
Oh shit!
Probably might have some Django Unchained collard greens, and maybe wash it down with the lynching lemonade, or the I'm Tired Boss tea, raspberry tea.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe have some dessert of the Mrs. Cherry Pie with some pog sauce. Because us niggas love pog. So, and I'm that nigga. So, then,
That's hilarious.
That's what I think I would have on that soup plantation thing. I do want to say that I appreciate you, Rod and Karen, because y'all been wonderful. I listened to y'all from 2017, 2018, and y'all had inspired me to do some podcasting. And it only lasted 3 episodes. It was with me and my mother. It was called Real Mother Cinema, and it was something we did. And I really liked it. I really wish I could have kept up with it, and I'm thinking about doing it again. And then but unfortunately, my mom passed away in 2021 due to COVID. And I wish I had listened to y'all during that time, because
he got cut off. He got cut off, but it's coming right back.
No problem.
So, like I was saying, I'm sorry.
And obviously, our condolences on the loss of your mom, especially the COVID. It's a lot of people lost their parents to that, and
grandparents and things.
Yeah, it was a sad time.
I'll try to make it quick as possible. So I wish I had listened to y'all during that time. I didn't hear any podcasts at that time, and like I said, my mom passed away, and all that misinformation, it made it hard. And when we thought about go ahead and taking the vaccine, it was too late. So. And also, due to my mom passing away, and during that whole pandemic and the George Floyd thing, my mom was very avid about talking about and going into places and putting asses in the seat. So much that I put asses in the seat. I am running for city council in Binghamton.
Let's go,
New York. So that is going on, and this November 7th, I'm hoping that people will vote me in so I can make a change, even though I think I'm crazy for doing this. So I really appreciate that. You know, if you want to, I wouldn't mind if y'all could look me up on Act Blue, Friends of Alumni Porter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe hit up a donation, maybe. You know, that's up to y'all. But thank y'all very much. And I love, Karen, when you do, oh no, it just reminds me of Mr. Bill, but a black version. Thank y'all. Bye-bye.
Oh no. Yeah. Thank you, sweetie. And you particularly talking about COVID, I hate everything that happened with your mom and things like that, but you brought up the fact that about a lot of misinformation out there, and that's the shit that made us be very adamant and very dogmatic about talking about COVID, about talking about facts. We brought on scientists and things like that. We was like, we don't want people to be led astray by things that are not true. We want you to make the best educated decision off of facts, not fear, not your feelings, not what you think, not what you heard online. We want you to be educated. And even though people don't cover COVID, quote unquote, as much, we're still covering it because it's still out there and it still matters. And so I appreciate that because, you know, we were going through times where we were like, should we still cover it? Should we not still cover it? But we was like, you know what? Fuck that. Motherfuckers are still dying from it. Motherfuckers still getting sick from it. It's impacting everybody, not just here in America, it's impacting everybody around this goddamn world. We're still going to cover this shit. So you saying that lets me know that we made the right decision by being very adamant about we don't want our audience to make misinformed, miseducated decisions based off of so much misinformation out there.
Yeah, and I think over the years of doing this show, I'm at a point now where like my personal convictions are just stronger than whatever backlash from the personal convictions I'm gonna get, and that was one. I think a lot of people try to do middle of the road. Like, I don't know, is Joe Rogan saying one thing and the scientists are saying another. And it's kind of like, I don't want to say who's right or wrong, who knows who's telling the truth. And I refuse to give into that. And it's one of the reasons I talk about voting the same way. I think I'm going to be the one who is right. Everything I've read, everything historically about this country, the progress that has come for Black people has come through the mechanisms of voting and the government. It's why they don't want us to vote. It's why they keep pushing against us, because unfortunately, these white people, you can't depend on them to be like good people. You need to put some laws in place.
Yes.
And then once the laws are in place, you can fucking enforce the laws. And that's how you get to sit at the counter at Woolworths. It's not going to be because they went, you know what? My heart grew 3 sizes today. No, let's put it in writing. I don't trust your heart.
I don't trust
but
it.
My point being, like, you said running for city council, you said, I think I'm crazy for doing this. That is the only way I would consider voting for somebody. You have to, like, what's a leader if he isn't reluctant a little bit? Like, I need, you know, it's like the person, if I had a kid in Boy Scouts, I want the Boy Scout troop guy to be like, why I got to take him out on the weekend? Damn.
I had other shit to do, but guess.
The game is on. Like, I want to watch football Sunday, and that's the person.
I'm making a sacrifice to be here.
Yeah, that's the person that should be running for council. That's the person that should be looking over the kids. Don't get the motherfucker that's like, I will save the city. I'm like, this motherfucker is going to be Eric Adams.
No, thank you.
All right, next one's from our girl, Iman. But thank you, alumni.
Hey, Rod. Hey, Karen. This is Iman. I just wanted to say thank y'all so much for doing the Walking Dead recaps. I haven't listened to the last one yet. I'm saving it for this weekend. I'm going to have to do a whole bunch of things out on the road. So, but yeah, I just want to say thank you. I really appreciate it. I know I'm probably one of a handful of people who are still listening and still watch the show. And I just really appreciate y'all coming back around and finishing it off like that for us. And I also want to tell you, Rod, I know who you are. I just listened to the Dressed Maniac episode where I guess it's a season wrap-up. Was it a season, wrapping up the season.
It was a rap party.
Introducing like all the people who are part of the show. That was so neat. I was giddy listening to it, and my daughter really enjoyed listening to it. I don't really let her listen to a lot of the episodes because there's a lot of cursing in it as well. So I'm just like, but she was just like, oh, can you listen to it some more? And I was like, I'll try to find the episodes that don't have as much cussing in it. But she really liked it because she's like, this is making history fun. So, yeah. But, yeah, I just wanted to say that. I think that's it. Thank y'all. Love y'all. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Iman.
Sweet. Thank you, baby.
Yeah, don't feel bad for no one knowing who I was. You got to remember, I wrote those lines for them to not who I was. Not
You
know who I
wrote those
was.
lines. Like,
You know?
like they actually know who I am, y'all.
Yeah, like it's totally cool. So don't feel bad about that. I just appreciate you listening. We got a couple voicemails from the doctor, LaShonda.
Oh shit.
Hi, Rod. Hi, Karen. It's LaShonda. I have been playing catch up because I watch you guys through YouTube and then I get distracted by other YouTube stuff. But anyway, I did want a quick, I'm writing, but I put it all in a draft and then I said, let me just go ahead and call them because you said something in the most recent feedback episode, 2798, about how they target college towns and Black towns for Democratic suppression. And the one thing that really came to mind to me is that people forget they have been targeting stopping college kids from voting while they're away at school on campus for decades. And people did not pick up on the why of that. But it relates to what you're talking about because people forget some of the largest research one institutions, the colleges with the largest populations, those college towns are really focused in red Republican areas. And so if you have a large population of college kids who maybe came from those towns, going to college, being exposed to different ways of life and different modes of thought, suddenly changing their voting patterns, it loosens Republican power. And as asinine as Republicans pretend to be in front of the camera, behind the camera, they are some devious sons of bitches. But yeah, I heard that and I was like, I was going to write it in the email that I'm going to send before because I'm almost caught up, yay me. But that was something that really hit me because I want to say they started that around the Bush era, Bush Jr., George W. Bush's time. Yep. Before that, you could vote while you were on campus.
Yeah,
they
had the first time I voted, I was on
where if you were a college student, you could vote on campus. And they eliminated that. And a lot of college kids, while they're trying to work and go to school, are not going to necessarily
remember.
She got one more voice.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Karen.
And you require them to go home.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Particularly
and people might not have went to a college that's close to their home.
Right.
They know what they're doing.
Correct.
But like I said, easier to target for voter suppression. So that's why people try to make it seem like it's a both sides thing and with the gerrymander stuff, but it's really not because all a Democratic gerrymander can do is be like, we know where the Black people are. How do we put them in a place where they have political power? We know where the young people are. How do we put them in a place that? But the gerrymander the other way is like, how do we take you out of power? How do we keep your vote from counting? And keep in mind, they don't just go to gerrymandering; they go to suppression. That is different than just here's the area where we think this politician should be able to fill their votes. That's some different shit when you like. We need to see your ID. You need to go back to your home state to be able to vote in the federal election for the president. Shit like that.
Yeah, and the thing about suppression, you know what it suppresses? It suppresses people's enthusiasm. When you like that's the whole purpose. We want to make this so difficult for you. We want to put so many hurdles up that you feel like your vote don't count. Like that's the whole purpose.
Yep.
We want to make you feel so defeated before you even get here to the point that you won't put the effort in. So the suppression has worked. And people that have apathy and people that are out here, they're going, nothing matters. They're all saying you have been impacted by the suppression. Even if you don't live in the states that suppressed, particularly if you're online, you see a lot of people that are in these places that are suppressed speaking online, and they're angry because, like you said, anger and sadness with no place to go. They're in these places. They see this shit happening. They want shit to count. They care, but it's so fucked up. And like I said before, the Democrats need to get their asses back here and push it in the South. So you leave these places to fend for themselves. You don't hold Republicans accountable. Y'all don't pump money to the Democrat candidates and shit like this. You don't do a lot of the outreach and shit that you're supposed to do to get people in power.
They do it in certain southern states, not all of them.
Correct.
They typically pick ones that they think we can overturn it. And when they are wrong, it hurts everybody. So like if you pick Florida where they ended up losing, but you left North Carolina with a lower budget, you end up losing North Carolina and Florida. How does that help?
It helps no
one.
one.
So it's not that they don't pump in ever. It's just they think it's savvy to pick and choose the states, and maybe it's a monetary, maybe it's something that on the money side I can't understand because maybe I don't deal with the budget. So maybe it is imperative. Like, no, we don't have the money to do every southern state. We really got to do the purple ones we think we can win. But what happens when you make that bet and it's Virginia and you lose, and it's it's Georgia and you lose? What happens?
Yeah. Like I said, I don't know the budget and everything like that. But when I say the South, I'm talking about the entire South.
I know what you're saying. I'm just pointing out that it's not that they don't. Yeah, it needs to be factual that they don't not invest in anywhere in the South. There's just certain states they've given up on. They're never going to invest in like a Mississippi or Alabama because they see the work as being too hard to win the voter suppression law wins there, especially when there's no hope with the Supreme Court. I think when you had a Supreme Court that would be more fair about the VRA, which they struck down, there was hope for southern states in that, well, when the lawsuits get to the Supreme Court and they strike down the gerrymandering, we can flood the state with money, and there's the hope. Now you don't have the hope. And when you don't have the hope, like Karen said, you had an apathy.
Yes.
And you got to give it to the white man on that.
Wow. Them crackers is tricky, baby. Well played, crackers. Well played.
Yes, and it's also one of the things, like when you look at the larger picture, how did this Supreme Court get in place? Like those are the critical thinking skills that people don't think about. Like we said before, we will continue to say this. This was on the ballot when it was between Hillary and Trump.
Yeah.
And so, like, if we would have voted for Hillary, we could have moved forward. But motherfuckers was playing around, motherfuckers and shit like this, and this is how you got goddamn Trump, and this is how you got the bullshit we have right now.
All right, back to our voicemail. She left another one.
Just LaShonda again, just going to finish up. Those college students are not going to remember to register for an absentee ballot. They're not.
Right.
They barely remember to register for their 6-month cleaning at the dentist. And that's not to say that they shouldn't be allowed to vote. They just got a lot going on. So anyway, that's what I thought. Let me finish this writing and get it to you before tomorrow morning. Love you guys. Bye.
You too, LaShonda. Thank you for writing in. Our girl, Miss Crispo, called in.
Oh, shit.
Oh my God. I'm so happy. Miss Principal, I just want to say, Rod, your best friends are Pharrell Williams. And I'm so excited and happy for y'all. This is crazy. It's like y'all dreams is coming true. Oh my goodness. When y'all get some awards, I got some ideas. Like, I don't know whether it's awards for the Bomani show or for this podcast. I couldn't think of the name of the show right now, Auntie Brain or whatever. But anyway, I got ideas for your outfits, right? So Rod, you can have a nice shorts, a black shorts suit, or some nice and some long socks and some nice Chuck Taylors, right? So that'll be your outfit. Like, you could wear your fitted hat if you want to, and a t-shirt underneath the jacket, right?
Okay,
so
right.
that's true to you, but a little dressed up. You know what I'm saying? I think you prefer shorts, right? So you still have your shorts, but then you have a jacket. I think they got the short sleeve jackets or whatever. So a short sleeve jacket and or like a long sleeve jacket, whatever like looks better, right? And then like, you know, one of your t-shirts, you know, you can have like, you know, do your branding on your t-shirt, right? So that's for Rod, and like a nice fitted, like a black fitted cap, right? Because that's real sleek and everything, but it's true to like your style, right?
Okay.
Now, I don't know if he's a Chuck Taylor, but in my mind, I'm thinking Chuck.
Okay, she got cut off, but I saw the vision, sis.
I see the vision too.
I see where you're going. She got another one.
Oh my gosh, I'm feeling like a friggin' rookie over here. But anyway, so that's Rod's album, right? And so for Karen, like I had one vision and it just switched up in my head, right? So all you TBGWT seamstresses and stuff like this, well, seamstresses, femmes, right? Listen up, right? This is what I almost Karen. Hopefully this will manifest or whatever come award time, right? So for Karen, keeping true to her style and everything too, right? I'm thinking like a peplum jacket made of like jersey, because that's comfortable, and I know Karen, you know, values her comfort over everything, right? So a jacket, but like having graphics with all of like the TBGWT like logos throughout it and pictures throughout the years, like all the cartoon stuff, to keep it like, you know, anime and fun and colorful, just like Karen, right? So have that as her jacket. And then so either a matching pants, like a point, or like, you know, kind of legging, but not quite legging pants. So that's comfortable as well. Either have it that be graphics too, or black, and like a black like shirt or whatever. You know, that's come like a black like, you know, loose shirt, because, you know, the peplum jacket, boom, the point pants, boom, that's kind of like tight. But then the shirt, the black shirt would be nice and loose, and like a head wrap with all like, you know, their logos on it. All you guys is graphics on it. Gotta be cute, and matching Chucks to match Rod's sneakers. But if y'all don't like Chucks, y'all matching high top sneaker of choice. So yeah, so that's my vision for y'all come award season. And y'all designers and stuff like that, hopefully that'll provide inspiration for y'all. So come award time, our people can come through looking nice. All right, I'm gonna end.
Okay.
She's like, y'all going to award season. I don't know when, but y'all going to award season. I got the vision.
Sound like we're gonna be the best dressed people at the award show.
Ain't we though?
Okay, I appreciate the vision, sis.
Me too.
And your faith in us. Okay. This next voicemail, I don't know who it's from, but they left 3.
Okay.
Hey, Rod and Karen, this is Kiana. It's my first time calling. I'm listening to y'all talk about the young lady who was an actress on Bridgerton and said that she had some mental health issues and she needed to take a hiatus. I agree with every single thing that y'all are saying, and I don't know, maybe you'll say this later because I haven't listened to the whole segment. But one of the other things is a lot of times jobs intentionally don't tell people when folks are sick, not just because it's a violation of HIPAA, but as the individual, I would be concerned because I don't have control over who gets the information and how they share it. So it could be as simple as like, she's dealing with anxiety right now or having a hard time dealing with depression. And then telegraph, telephone, tell a nigga. By the time it gets, you know, around the office, it's a completely different thing. You know, your what's happening to you has been completely misrepresented. So for that reason alone, a lot of times it's just better off not to tell anybody who doesn't need to know what's going on.
Right.
And I think what's happened is jobs have been so shitty in the past, and a lot of times we see them trying to correct that. Now people expect like this really big overcorrection where jobs have to accommodate every single thing, and like that's just not the world that we live in. And I think as a lot of these older people who are grappling with entering into the workforce work long enough, they'll figure it out, because no job is ever going to be completely to the whims of the people who work there. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Love y'all. Have a great day. Bye.
And she did leave another voicemail, but go ahead, Karen. Like you wanted to say something.
Yeah, it's one of the things, but yeah, I agree with that. And those are some of the things, you know, that we kind of spoke about. So yeah, it's more to it. And I do agree with the overcorrection. Like you said, there have been working environments that have been shitty, and there are jobs that have been sued. Like a lot of people have a tendency to forget that too. Like, you know, there's some boundaries that they can't cross, even if they wanted to.
The other thing too that I remember at my job at Game Theory, we had COVID testing. And so sometimes people get they test positive, and they're not going to be at work, for X amount of days. And while it becomes evident in who's not at work, who's got to Zoom in from home and stuff like that, it becomes evident like, okay, this person got COVID. They may even tell you, they may be coughing on the Zoom or something, it becomes obvious. But that they don't come like to everyone's office and tell you. Like, they might tell you if you're a close contact, and medically they have to tell you, like,
right,
so-and-so had COVID, you're going to have to get tested and go home, and we'll see if you develop symptoms. But it is people's matter. Now imagine that, but anxiety attack. Imagine that, but depression. A person that is struggling with thoughts of self-harm and shit. And then you talking about, on a set of a movie. So now you're talking about actors, celebrity, gossip. Yeah, it's a lot to ask, but she left 2 more voicemails.
Hey, it's Kiana again. One more thing I thought about. Well, 2 more things I thought about, actually. When y'all were saying how we use mental health as a shield for people when we don't like them, it made me think about this joke that Paul Mooney used to tell, when he'd be like, white man went crazy, killed his whole family. And when they ask him why, he'll say, oh, there's 17 people living inside my mind, and they told me to do it. And they'd be like, oh, you're not guilty. Go home. Black man loses his mind, kill his whole family. Why did you do it, black man? Oh, I'm crazy. There's 17 people in my mind. And the court say, well, which one of you niggas is going to jail? And that's literally like the truth about how we sort of weaponize or get people passed for mental health.
That's hilarious.
Shit, I forgot the other thing I thought about.
She called back. I'll think about it later. So I know she called back, so she must have remembered. But that's, God, man, that's so fucking funny. Paul Mooney is so funny.
It's Kiana again. I feel like the homie Appia, because I keep calling back. But here's the last thing I thought about. When I first started therapy, I had all these very big feelings that I wanted to address. And one of the things that was helpful for me, and I think a lot of people don't really tap into this, is my therapist recommended that I get an emotional wheel. And so it's a wheel that has all of the big emotions and then all of the emotions that come under that. So you look at anger, and under anger, there's like fear, there's hurt, there's abandonment, there's all these other things. So we have these big feelings and we feel like, oh, I'm upset. And it's like, no, my feelings were hurt because I felt abandoned or I was afraid or whatever. And so people never really tap into what is motivating that feeling, so they can never really like clear the air. Like she's saying that she felt upset because, they didn't check on her, when in reality, she probably just felt lonely or abandoned. And so it shows up as I'm upset because nobody was checking for me, as opposed to I was really lonely and I wish that people would have checked on me. Yes. And I think it would benefit a lot of people if we really were able to like get down to the root cause of like the big feeling that we have, because then we can clear out whatever it is. So I promise this is my last time I'm calling today. Love y'all. Have a good day.
Thank you. And also fear, because she was afraid of losing her job if she wasn't going to be able to do promotion, and if it would be embarrassing for people to find out she was having mental health issues and stuff. So that's part of it too. That fear was in there. That's a great, that emotional will. That's great.
Yeah, and it's one thing where I don't do the emotional will, but I kind of do something similar to it. When I say, when things hit you, like the intensity of it is so strong that, particularly with like sadness and anger, like the big ones that everybody can just identify, this is how I feel at this moment. It's real easy to get caught up and swept up in it that you don't analyze. And when you don't analyze, you lash out. When you don't analyze, you're not patient. When you don't analyze, you do stuff out of character. When you don't analyze, you hurt people around you without thinking about the consequences or repercussions. And then once the things have been done, people go backwards. Then they go, why did I feel like this? And why did I do this? Or they don't do that, which means when it happened again, the pattern will repeat itself. So a lot of times I've learned over the years, when I get those feelings, sit in it. We live in a society right now that does not believe in sitting in your feelings. They do not believe in sitting in your feelings and allowing the feeling to pass over you. I'm sad. You got to acknowledge that something has happened to cause this feeling upon you. We can't tweet through it. We can't Facebook through it. We can't TikTok through it. You got to motherfucking sit in it and analyze it. And that's the part that nobody wants to do. They run away from it. And instead of doing that, they put everything online. They lash out online. They do everything that you probably should not be doing in the first place. You go to these places that justify these feelings. Because like I said, anger is an illusion of control. So while you're going through these things, you feel justified. When in reality, it is not an excuse for your behavior. But in that time, in that moment, you will feel justified for those actions. And I realize when I do that, I feel bad. Because I go, oh, this is not me. I am at a character. There's something wrong here. So I kind of do that, but quote unquote, in a different way. Like me and Roger was talking today, and I was talking about reading and strengthening my reading skills and things like that. And talking to him, I realized, why I feel a certain way about reading and what can I do to strengthen my reading. And I realized because of social media and the internet, most people read in short form now. Most people do not read in long form. Most people don't pick up a book. Even on their Kindle, they don't pick up any form of a book. It got to be 140 characters or less, or their attention span is fucking zero now. And so because we read everything in such a short form, we don't challenge ourselves to kind of think outside of that. So, my personal thing for me is to challenge myself to think outside of that, because talking to Roger, I started thinking about, well, why do I feel this way? And why do I get anxiety? And why do I get sad? And, and why can't I get out of this rut that I'm having this relationship that even though I'm an adult and I have a degree, this relationship that I have with reading, And so those are one of the things. The big feeling is anxiety. The big feeling is anger. The big feeling is sadness. And I had to sit down, like you say, and break down, why do I feel this way? What are the root cause? What are the symptoms? What is provoking these things? And what can I do to correct this? And sometimes you can figure it out on your own, and sometimes you need help. So you need to determine, is this something that I can analyze on my own, or is this something that I need assistance? And sometimes it ain't my friends or family members. Sometimes I might need real medical assistance. Somebody who's their whole motherfucking thing is, this is what I do for a goddamn living. They got letters behind their motherfucking names. Sometimes you need help from those type of people. Sometimes you might need a medication, whatever it takes to get you to a place where you can function well in whatever this situation is. So I do appreciate the will, because for some people, this might be the thing that they need in their situation right now. They're trying to go through something, figure out something, and it doesn't have to be a life and death situation. It could be something small, but you realize this small thing becomes something big when it's not addressed.
Yep, bars, everything you said. Next one is from Allegra.
Woo, girl, the struggles. Hi, Rod and Karen. It's Allegra. I have been, this entire time that I've been calling in, I've been trying to congratulate you, Rod, in all the stuff related to Drake the Maniacs. When I first heard your interview with Michael, I signed right on. I've been devoutly listening to the podcast, loving every moment of it, especially this most recent one. Love that you were the focus. That's amazing. I love that Janicia is the head producer, writer. I love all of it, every single moment. All the people, well, a lot of the people that featured are people that I love or followed podcasts like Diamond Styles, and I love Bob, the drag queen. I love it all. I love it so much. And I'm so happy for you and excited for you. Miss Karen, I wanted to also point out that I have two favorite things that I love hearing you do, which is when you say, get out of here, like when you're being very indignant about people and their shenanigans, and you say, get out of here. I love it so much. And the other part is like when you go, no, which I think everybody loves. So anyway, just wanting to give you guys your flowers and letting you know I appreciate you both. Bye.
Thank you, Allegra.
Yeah, because a lot of times, I do some producing, but Roger is like the producer. So y'all fail to realize I'm hearing this for the first time like y'all, and my first response is like, this is not good. Like, I don't know how to respond. So my first response is, oh no, this is not good. Like, my brain is like trying to filter through the process.
Last voicemail from a person, a new caller, it seems.
Hey there, Rod and Karen. Ebony here. been listening for about a year, maybe a little bit more than that, but first time calling in. But y'all had a really, really great week. And there's lots that I want to comment on. I have my notes written on my little whiteboard, so I want to get this done before the 2-minute mark. So here we go. First, this happened a couple weeks ago, so I'm a little bit late.
Spoiler alert: she left 2 voicemails, so she didn't get it done. But let's see. I want to hear the attempt.
But we like the fact that you wrote shit down.
I appreciate the attempt.
Yes.
But I wanted to just say, thank you for playing that clip. I can't remember what news network it was, but they were talking about the Eastern conflict, and I thought it was really, really thoughtful. It's just really disturbing. Like this particular topic, it's really hard for you to have a discourse on it, because it's like, if you are pro-Israel, then you support genocide. If you say anything about, what's going on with the Palestinian people, then you're anti-Semitic. If you choose to say, I'm going to sit back and I'm just going to listen and understand, people are like, you dumb motherfucker, or your silence is deafening. Like, what's so hard to understand? This is a very delicate situation, so I appreciate you putting that out there. I will say Brian Lair, his recent podcasts have been super thoughtful. He's brought some guests on, and so they've been able to break it down and provide some additional context. So if you're interested in that, but I do have a bit of a conspiracy theory around this, and that Benjamin Netanyahu definitely doesn't want the 2-state solution, and so it makes me wonder how Hamas was able to do all of that training and paragliding all in the air without one of the strongest armies, the most powerful armies in that region, not know shit about it. Like, I really feel like he ignored that shit on purpose, so it could be like, okay, I'm sure they're planning on something to do, and when they do it, we come in for their ass. Like, we are going to wipe them out. So, that's kind of my take on it. That's what I believe.
Yeah, I got off this comment.
Dang, that thing will cut you off quick. Okay, so I really will try to be quick and finish it in this one. The second thing is the gerrymandering piece. I really, one of the things that I wonder is if we really will have to push for a national, like the John Lewis Voting Act, and maybe bringing that back to the floor, because I feel like even if you win, like some of these states that are winning these gerrymandering lawsuits or whatever, I feel like, okay, we won that one, but then what's to stop the next county over or the next state over from doing it again where there are Black people or college-age students, because these are locally controlled or state-controlled. And the only way that we're going to be able to stop this widespread, fucking with, Black voters or people that vote Democrat is to really pass a national voting act law.
Right.
That's my opinion. I think, maybe that will be helpful. And then I live in Dallas now, but moved from Atlanta. 1,000%. The Atlanta food scene is crazy. Plastic forks, $10 to valet, $5 for water. They make you, get up after 90 minutes like it's a timer. It can be very trash. So I totally appreciate Keith Lee coming through like Godzilla, or Omar, and doing his thing, and love him. And then finally, I will say, as an HR, I've been in HR for like 20 years. I couldn't agree with you more about the expectations of the workplace, right? To Karen's point, sometimes they will sell a value proposition that they can't back up, being family or we're socially conscious, but you really can't expect so much from your work. Like, and in that situation, if you're an independent contractor, Shonda probably didn't even know the details of your situation.
Right.
They couldn't know it, right? It's not their place to know it and what's going on with you unless you tell them exclusively, or explicitly. So,
yeah, because the union would be irresponsible to go to Shonda Lynn or anyone in the production and be like, so she's dealing with depression, so y'all need to do this, this, and this. Like, that they're not supposed to be disclosing that shit either, unless you disclose it yourself. That's it, So, but yeah, I appreciate you calling in. I won't, and this is not like a personal slight, but I know that I don't know enough about Netanyahu and the middle and that thing to get into the conspiracy of it,
right?
Because I don't know. Like you said, it's like people are coming for people getting one word wrong, and I don't want to be one of these people that somehow added to whatever the notions are, because I've seen people even people who are pro-Palestine say like the idea that Hamas needs help to do this is ridiculous because you're trying to act like the people, they couldn't have possibly mounted a sophisticated attack, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what the right thing to say is there or any of that. And I mostly don't delve into conspiracy just because in a lot of cases, conspiracy requires too much competence from incompetent institutions and people. If you look at how right that government is gone and how much more restrictions and taking of land and stuff they've done in the last 12 years or so, it becomes a powder keg anyway. So whether they would have been like in on it or not in on it, the end result was gonna be something to the effect of this, and I'll leave it at that. Once again, better people than me are talking about this. Ezra Klein, great podcast, great episodes, people that are informed, people that are great conversations, and it's not just all gotcha, try to cancel you. I'm mad, you're a Zionist, you're anti-Semitic. It's not that. It's a real discussion involving the history and the context. On the media's latest episode that was about statement teas, that pressure that people are feeling to have to release a statement or your silence is complicity, looking at that, that's a great episode. And I need sober minds right now.
Yes, and
I need sober minds because I don't want to do all this. I'm better than you. I got it right. You got it wrong. I don't want to do all that because a lot of times it's just who you're around that decides who's right and wrong in this shit. And this should not be that way to me. And then lastly, Ta-Nehisi Coates has returned from a trip to where he was out in Palestine and Israel and learning about the situation on the ground. I think he's had some good complex thoughts that he's talking about, approaching with nuance that at least inform me in a lot of ways. There's some things I would have liked to see him address that he wasn't asked, but I can't get everything from this. But yeah, I really appreciate you. I appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, and as somebody, to keep me informed in the news without news overload, like daily news, I listen to like the daily, just the regular daily. It comes on daily, but the shows that come on Monday through Friday, they cover things like this, and they have experts on, and they talk to people there and things like that. On the last episode, which I didn't notice, they had, and I've heard the lady on, but they had one of their colleagues who was actually, her family's over there, and she got trapped. And she did recordings, that they kind of released. And so when she gets back, I know she's probably going to do a huge story, but they did recordings of her over there with her family and shit. And they played some like clips of her recording being there and her actually finally crossing over into Egypt so she can come back home, and her being heartbroken, having to choose to come back to America for the family here when she has family there. And so, it is a lot more to it than the fussing everybody's doing online. And so the daily, is another way to get educated on this without information overload and for me personally, without being bombarded and depressed by everything, that's happening. There are things that will impact you. There are things that will invoke emotions, but that's kind of a part of life.
Yeah, for me, it's not about my personal, like me feeling sad or not sad dealing with this news. I know I'm not affecting anything in a way that is going to change what's happening there, right. But being informed in a way that's conscientious and not just about my ego on Twitter. Correct. And being seen as a better person than the next person is important to me. But we talked about it a bit behind the paywall on the last pregame, because I talked about Coates coming back from Palestine and stuff. And just, I don't know. I'm sorry, but I don't know how at this point we can justify so many people having died behind this that we know aren't in Hamas and didn't have anything to do with it. I don't know. I don't. Like, I understand the need to defend yourself as a country. I understand there was an attack, and I do think a lot of people are talking about this like there aren't still hostages. They're talking about this like 1,400 Jewish people didn't get killed. But now that you're at 10,000 deaths of people that may or may not have shit to do with this, and this indiscriminate, it seems like, destruction. I don't know how you look at that and just feel nothing. That being said, I don't think you making a statement on Twitter is going to change anything. But if you feel you need to, that's your outlet, that's your outlet. But yeah, this is going to be a long feedback episode. It just crossed over 3 hours I'm looking at. But we got more stuff to do. We still have doing it for the gram.
I mean, y'all had a lot of comments.
And we had the emails. Let's do it for the gram. For the gram, 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 for the gram. Turning that week off. All right. The do it for the gram is it's inspired by Keith Lee. I'm trying to keep them inspired from the conversations we had during the week.
Mm-hmm.
And this one is, what's the worst restaurant rule you've had to deal with? And it's a bit emoji of me and Karen sadly looking at the bar at our empty glasses. So let's talk about y'all's comments on it. Cat Style says in Italy they charge a corporto, and I think that's how it's spelled, where they basically charge for the table settings like utensils. Not the worst, but suddenly unexpected. What?
This shit is already paid for. You don't
So I got
and buy brand new shit every time.
If I ain't got the 5, I gotta eat with my hands. What am I doing? I'm eating spaghetti with my hand by the fistfuls because I ain't got the silverware upcharged. That's wild. Eso Rar says went to a spot where they wouldn't split the checks for large parties. I do hate that. And you know where I hate it the most though? Because, one, you need to tell me that it should be a sign on the door.
Yes.
Not even on the menu. On the door before you even give me a drink. But you know where I hate that the most? At motherfucking the Brazilian steakhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Now, motherfucker, when you seen 12 people in this bitch eating all you can eat steaks, ordering drinks, they wasn't going to be able to responsibly split that shit by themselves. Now, you just messing it up for yourself. I hate that.
Mm-hmm.
Risa says Asian soup place can't remove any toppings.
Yeah, they was like, it is what it is. We ain't changing shit.
I do. Yeah, they be like, fuck our allergy.
What? You better order something else.
Tatum says, I hate when I can Winnie the Pooh at a restaurant. I mean, they said no shirt, no services. Oh, I think he meant when I can't Winnie the Pooh. Okay. Well, we call it Donald Duck in it. More Olivia says the one that always annoys me here in Japan is the automatic seating charge when you go to izakaya, Japanese pub. They'll charge 500 yen or whatever they feel like, and then throw whatever type of soggy spinach or baby squid they feel like in a tiny little plate. No opt-outs. If you have dietary restrictions, occasionally they'll give you something else, but most of the time they say gomen nasa and you pay regardless. Naysayer says, was in New Jersey for the first time recently, and we went to a nice brunch spot. We were appalled to learn they didn't serve mimosas. You had to bring your own bottle, and they provided the juice and an ice bucket for the bottle you brought in. We were like, what is this? Once again, why isn't that a sign on the door?
Yes!
It's not fair now that I'm in here. You like, oh, did you bring your own champagne? Nigga, what?
People don't know this.
Well, they got this shit. Unless y'all next door to a liquor store, I would like to leave.
Right, and what the fuck you charging me for then? Why am I here? Why am I here then?
For eggs? You was in IHOP. That's what happened. You was in an IHOP, sis.
I was like, bring your own champagne.
Here's a craft of orange juice. Ma'am, what is this? Tiffany says, when you want to order something from the kids menu, but you ain't a kid. Discrimination. Listen, the kids menu the only thing with portion control these days.
Yes, and as an adult, I would go through sometimes when money was tight and go through. I'd be by myself, order a kids meal and keep it trucking. I might have a kid at the house. You don't know that.
No white tees, like be for real. All white t-shirts, you tripping. Yeah, you know what they mean by no white tees.
No,
none of them long black people wearing white tees.
Yeah, no blacks.
GJ Jaffa says cash only in this day and age is annoying as hell. It is annoying. Y'all know. Y'all drug dealing. Mary says this wasn't a bad rule, just different. A ramen place in Japan had a no lengthy conversations policy posted. It was a Michelin rated spot with seating for maybe 20, so there was always a long ass line. Reasoning for the policy was like many things in Japan, for the good old of the community. Just eat and get out. Consideration for people waiting in line. That's not that bad. But it is an interesting rule. I've never seen that before. Hey, no long conversation. I just want the waiter to come over and be like, can y'all wrap it up?
Can y'all speed it up? You've been here for an hour and a half.
I understand y'all, you want to catch up on the divorce and and I'm sorry your son died. Can you get the fuck out?
Yes, I think it was one of those places here where you can grill your own meat. Some of them have like time limits. Yeah. I've read with some of them, but like, look, hour and a half, 2 hours close. They was like, y'all got to get out. We got a line. Like, you can't be here 5 hours tying up this bitch.
DC had a mandatory 20% gratuity and 10% service charge added to checks at one point. Some of the businesses are not around today. Yeah, the bad policies eventually erode the business anyway. And with that Korean barbecue spot, the thing for me is it gives me stress. My anxiety was too strong. Same thing happened when I went to like a sushi spot that said like, if you don't eat all the sushi on your plate, we're going to charge you extra as a sushi buffet. And now it's stressing me out. I'm not eating freely. I'm like, what if I get too full and I can't finish the sushi? How much is a piece of sushi extra? I'm like, stop.
Yeah, I'd rather not eat there.
Flix Chick G says a restaurant brewery here in Asheville used to not seat you until you ordered drinks at the hostess stand. So even if you were just coming in for food, you had to buy beer. What if someone's alcoholic? There was also an immense pressure to order quickly because you were in line to get in. Food was trash too. Jokes on them. They closed down since they started pulling that shit.
Yeah, like you said, companies that do this shit, trying to get over on people, eventually people will feel scammed. They'll feel something when they will stop motherfucking coming.
Bokai says, maybe I'm lucky, but DC doesn't have anything outlandish unless some hungry journalists will put you on blast. Google El Centro dress code. I'm not Googling it, but thank you. And that's just because of time. We over 3 hours. Tonya says, I wanted to go to a black-owned spot at ATL for my bridal shower. We just wanted to get a big table for some 10 to 15 people, pay the extra gratuity for the large party, etc. Several spots wanted me to pay to rent a room, told us we had to spend at least $500, and we couldn't have the full menu. This was in ATL, by the way. Oh my God. Did Keith stop by there? Because he would have been pissed.
I would have been too.
Marlene says a lot of places have an automatic gratuity added of 18%. Now some spots are requiring a deposit for reservations. I've seen deposits as low as $5 or as high as $50 per person. Yeah, I saw that about a place in Italy where the rich people go, but it was thousands of dollars to reserve a table.
Right, and the people was like, "Hey, dog, y'all literally are running tourists away. Like nobody's gonna want to do this. The fuck is this? Excuse me."
Accountant by Day says, I just don't like it if they don't make it clear whether the service charges on large parties is actually gratuity that goes to the staff or if the owner pockets what she expects you to tip on top of that. Now I always have to ask. The other one is when they add a gratuity, but when they bring you the signature slip, they don't bring back the original itemized receipt, so you tip on top of the tip.
Yeah, a lot of them do that. And for a lot of people, it would not be surprised. That's just a charge because it's just the quote unquote inconvenience of this large party. But it's like, but my nigga, if you're already charging me, for some people, they feel like if it's already included, why pay on top of that? So if it's not a separate tip for the server literally gets gypped.
Novelty, that girl Shell says novelty restaurants where you pay to do the work. There's a bunch of restaurants in Nashville. My friends insisted we visit, waited 30 minutes to get inside, only to sit at tables with hot plates for us to use to make our own pancakes and eggs. Wow. No option to order pre-made, but there was a menu with the prices based on the ingredients you used. I guess the choose your own toppings is the fun of it, but I didn't enjoy it. Yeah, that's too much pressure. And also y'all putting me to work. I don't like that.
Right. That's like I said, that's like about the salad wedge. Just fuck a salad wedge. The fuck I'm gonna do this. Chop my salad up. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's even worse because like I gotta make my salad wedge. That's crazy. Like go get the lettuce. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all didn't y'all need to do part of this?
Go pick that shit from the ground and wash it.
I was in Aix-en Provence for a study abroad, and the chef refused to cook my steak well done. Someone still creating tomorrow replied, on a similar note, I was once at a nicer Italian restaurant in Germany for a business lunch. Someone wanted to order a Coke to go along with their meal. The waiter refused the order and suggested the person didn't want a wine recommendation. They just stick to bottled water. The logic, the chef puts a lot of effort in preparing the meal and doesn't want the palate of the guest compromised by drinking Coke.
Bitch, that's not your decision to make.
Okay.
It's a fucking Coke.
Unpopular opinion, I agree with both of these rules. Agree with both. You shouldn't be allowed to eat steak well done. It's an affront to steak. And I'm honestly surprised they didn't kick you out of the country, because I feel like that is an offense that I would expect.
That chef was like, well done. I never do well done.
And for the chef that says the Coke would compromise the palate, he right. And I would stick to bottled water for just to taste what he made. I want to taste it the way the chef would like me to taste it. That's how I get down. Okay, now I know y'all Americans, you don't put A1 on your steak, you don't give a fuck, but my restaurant, my rules in that case. Friday Fairy says no modifications. I wasn't expecting a substitution. I just didn't want any eggs, and they said no changes. That's different. I just don't know what you do for allergies. What do those people think about people with allergies and shit? They like, fuck them.
They don't give a fuck.
Don't order it then, bitch. Like,
right.
What?
And so people with allergies have a large people with, like, particularly if have egg out of shit like that. I know it got to be hard for them, because literally, depending on the place, they don't clean the grid. They don't have a separate thing. Like, it could be a mess.
No sneakers, like, really? Peanuts all over the goddamn floor. That's not really a restaurant rule, though, but okay, I agree.
If you go to the Texas Roadhouse, peanuts is going to be
I just don't know how they don't have, like, rats and shit and roaches.
And that's a valid question.
How do they... That's the part that skeeves me out. Like, I just feel like I'm going to look up and see a rat running through here and be like, of course, there's peanut shells on the floor.
Everywhere, and y'all don't clean it up.
Like, it's not charming to me. Call me a savage, but that's my favorite part of eating at Texas Roadhouse. Somebody responded.
I'm about to say,
okay, Ali, you is a savage.
Like
for that.
Like, that's their jam. They soft, you bust them and crack. They're delicious, but yeah, I feel you, baby.
Yeah, Alicia might be a savage. Okay. Tip PhD 15 says tipping more than 18% for parties of 10 or more. Yeah, it's interesting to me because I was gonna tip more than 18% anyway. So I like, it's fine, but I just don't get the, I guess maybe they've gotten stiffed and they just said fuck it, because 18% isn't even the right percentage.
And a lot of times I think they do that, and they'll do that a lot of times just to be sure the party tips. That's
what I'm saying. They got stiffed before by somebody and they went, fuck that. You're not making us do all this work and leaving with 0 tip. No.
Yeah, or leaving like 5% tip, and you're like, it was 25 of y'all. This don't make no fucking sense.
Right, because people will do that shit where they're like, we ordered $2,500 worth of service between all of us, but we leaving $25 because, hey, it's just one table. It's like, that's not how this works at all.
No, it's not.
No shirt, no shoes, no service. Seriously, though, one of my favorite restaurants requires a party to 10 or more pay for an open bar package for each person, regardless of whether each person drinks alcohol, which makes it very hard to plan large dinner parties there. Iman ubiquitously says, this is why I research where we're going to eat before we go. I haven't come across anything that was bad. Some places have no substitution changes rules. It's more annoying than bad if you have food allergies. Eve says the restaurant only accepted cash. Yeah, that's come up. Arliba says, I've been to several restaurants that won't do reservations on certain days, and they always have super long wait times on those days. Also, automatic gratuity always makes me a little mad. Alima says, I live in, Alicia writes in again, I live in Atlanta, so all the rules that Keith Lee talked about. But the we can't see anyone till your whole party show up really burns my biscuits.
I can see that. But a lot of times they do that because you sit and then sometimes the people don't show and they're like, oh, we boxed this whole fucking area out for you and motherfuckers ain't here.
Yeah, I guess. I can see it both ways, but I mean, seat me. Like why we gotta act like I'm gonna be a loser and my friend's not coming? Like maybe they come a little later and you could have sat someone else there like right away and got that like extra. But this is another reason I don't go to happening crowded spots, because that kind of policy is normally one of those spots, and I'm just like, I don't want to deal with the stress. My friend's running 10 minutes late. We had a reservation for blank. Let me sit and drink, and then they'll be here soon.
Correct.
GSimp 509 says you have to order food with your drink. Like, okay, like 1 for 1, even at the bar. I haven't even noticed. I've never seen that one. That's weird. Of course, I look tired. Says my partner and I went to a steakhouse. We were seated at the ADA compliant table. The table height was quite short, think kids' table at family functions. We were seated and it immediately felt super awkward as we were two grown-ass women who were too tall for the table. We also worried about taking away a seat from someone who actually might need the accommodations as neither of us did. After the server took our orders, the restaurant manager came to introduce himself. He smiled and told us that in the event that someone who needed or requested the ADA accommodations table, we would have to get up immediately. The restaurant was packed that night. And if we were made to move, we'd have the hope spots at the bar would open up because the manager couldn't guarantee us another table. Basically, we could be mid-meat mastication and have to stand up and leave. Oh, and we need to still pay. He shrugged over our dumbfounded faces. Absolutely wild. Yeah, that's wild. Because you could have just either not sat me there or waited. Yes. Like that don't need to happen that way. Yeah, and of course, yeah, like you said, for the ADA people that might need the table,
that table is designed there for a reason.
Then leave it empty.
Leave it empty.
You know. Another person, Kendall Shares, I think is how it says no blacks. I mean, there wasn't a sign, but being told reservation only were the words between the lines. I hate that rule. And lastly, Trad can 123 says fees for using credit or debit cards. Hate the fact they are passing on this to customers. This is the cost of being in a business who is using cash now. Right.
Yeah, and also the thing is just calculate it in.
Right.
You know, they do that shit and you're like, okay, as a consumer, I feel like you're penalizing me for not having cash.
All right, that's doing it for the gram. One last segment. For the gram. Email time. Brian writes in, Keith Lee coming episode had a nice PSA. Karen, thanks for the PSA regarding waxing your ears and the best ways to clear it up. I think hearing loss is tough to diagnose. You never thought that Rod was intentionally whispering or mumbling to screw with you, or is he so far beyond suspicion of passive aggressive bullshit? He's asking a question, I guess. Did you ever think I was trying to mess with you?
Oh no. I didn't think that. And the thing is, I could hear is, it's just for the fact that what would happen, I would just have an overbuilding of earwax, like because it would clog, it would kind of go up the ear canal. So you would get to the point where like anything that touched or hit the outside of your ear, you know what I mean? Like your ear canal would get earwax on. It just became very frustrating.
I think Q-tips is the product most used contrary to the warning label. The only thing I use them for is to stick in my ears. It never occurred to me that It never occurred to me though to stick a thin metal object into my ear. Happy you didn't get permanent damage. The world is a better place when you can hear what your husband is saying. I'm white and will only broach discussions of race with extreme caution, but personal care is on the table. Brian. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you, baby.
And listen, if you want to make some black friends and want to write in with updates every week, that spot has already been filled. So
Appia is the queen. She's already applied for the application.
I'm black and I own this word kicked my ass last week. How do you pronounce this? God damn, hold on.
Oh shit, we're gonna find out a pronunciation.
Yeah. What? Okay, I said, not origin, nigga, pronunciation. What? Stop autofilling shit. Oh, Malinois. Okay, I'm black and I own a Malinois. Okay, and it's that dog breed that bit.
Okay,
it was a police dog, and
I got the breed wrong.
No, you didn't get it. Well, yeah, you guessed. Yeah, you did get it wrong. I forgot. But yeah, this is the dog here. And she sent a picture of it. So back to this though. She says, hi, Rod and Karen. Was just listening to episode 2798. Heard the story and fucking with black people about the Mal that attacked the black trucker. I didn't actually adopt my Mal on purpose, but I own one, and she's a fucking lunatic, which is common for the breed. So I have owned German Shepherds. Call it me trying to reclaim the breed for black people. And when my GSD passed in 2021, I went to adopt another one. I was out of state. working in Ohio for a few months when she passed. So I checked rescues in the area and adopted another GSD. I couldn't find one. I'm not sure why. I live in Atlanta, and I guess German Shepherd is GSD. And had I been home then, I could have easily found one. Anyways, I finally found a rescue in the adjacent county that had recently rescued 2 German Shepherd mixed puppies that were found wandering the streets of Houston. I went to meet the female. The male was adopted by the foster family, and should have known when even a puppy, she was running around the meet and greet room like a goddamn lunatic. However, in my grief, I figured she was just a normal GSD puppy, and I took her home. Fast forward, this was the bitiest, craziest, most insane puppy I've ever had. Because the rescue said she was mixed, I didn't think anything of her not looking like a typical GSD. Like I said, I'm super familiar with the breed. I took her to the vet, and the first thing the vet said was, "You adopted a Mal? You're brave." I definitely heard the record scratch. Mals, like GSDs, are very common in law enforcement and military operations. They are extremely intelligent, agile, and like I said, do not have an off switch. Owning a Mal is like living with someone on meth that also happens to do recreational crack. my dog Mora has been such a challenging thing, way more than GSDs, but we've been together almost 3 years and I love her more than anything. The breed is known for being mouthy, meaning that they just fucking bite everything all the time. If you own a Mal, the dog will use their mouth to communicate. Mo will grab my wrist with her mouth to lead me to where she wants me to go. And like a lot of herding breeds, she nips at me, also herds me to where she wants me to go. Unfortunately, people think these dogs are cool. They are. They're also a huge commitment. They need training, patience, and you have to be willing to have them destroy shit, because they will destroy shit. Mo destroyed my parents' carpet because she ripped it all up. So I had to replace all the carpet in their house. Wow. This was all after being left alone for about 45 minutes. She works fast. There are tons of dogs in Texas because of all the military and police stuff. People think they're cool dogs, kind of like a loaded weapon, which they are. So the MAGA idiots love them. As a result, there are a ton like Mo and her brother that are backyard bred, then dumped for whatever reason, which is what I suspect happened to her and her brother before the rescue found them at 10-week-old puppies. Sorry for this. This is long. I can talk about my girl all day. I love her more than almost anything, but it requires so much work to own one of these dogs. Way more work than a GSD. I'm sure we'll hear more, unfortunately, about these dogs biting people as more irresponsible owners have them. Shelters right now full of them. It's heartbreaking. Okay, done talking about her for real. Here's a picture. Love her ear. She's my heart. Love your show as always. Thank you, Bria. Aaron writes in, Draptomaniacs. Hi, Rod and Karen. Just wanted to write in and say that Draptomaniacs rap party today was so fun. I loved every minute of it. Rod, you did such an amazing job hosting that party. And it was so fun hearing some of the characters you played again. The entire season was so good. Every episode was hilarious, smart, educational, and the writing was really tight. Huge congratulations to you and the whole Draptomaniacs team. All the best, Aaron. And there's still an episode left. And you may hear Karen on it.
Yes.
You will hear Karen on it. Preston writes in about the JFK her ass, aka Caucasian standoff. Thanks, Karen and Rod, for the great Walking Dead reviews. You two guys brought it full circle and drew me back in. Good stuff, Preston. Thank you, Preston. Kiana writes in, bruh, let me tell y'all my weed story. My dad died back in 2020, and after that, my anxiety and depression were off the chain. I was trying to figure out ways to at least manage the anxiety, so I told my boyfriend I wanted to try edibles. He knows I'm completely green when it comes to that, so he got some for me. It worked out really good. I decided I could actually do this drug shit. For my birthday that year, he got me a drink that had alcohol and THC in it, and your girl was fucked up.
Yeah, not trying to be funny. Yeah, the drinking, the ones where it's in the drink. Yeah, you have to be, because for some reason, for me too, the drink actually, I'm almost like more of an instant hit than doing something digestible. So, because it's one of those things, like I drank, I was like, oh, okay. Then I was like, whoa.
I like the drinks, but it for me, they take a second to kick in, but they just kick in slowly. And it just, like, I like it because it's a slow ride up for me. It's like, oh, I'm high. Like an hour or two later, I'm like, oh, there it is.
Yeah, I do it, but I have to watch how much I intake.
I mean, I don't chug them like a beer, you know. I remember drinking and then wanting to go lay down. At some point, I got up to go pee, and when I use the bathroom in the middle of the night, I usually don't cut the light on because it gets too bright. I sat down in the dark to use the bathroom, and while I was sitting, I cut the water on so it would be warm for me to wash my hands. Y'all tell me why did I fall asleep sitting on the toilet? I woke up in the pitch black of the water running and freaked myself out. When I realized I was in the bathroom, I got scared trying to figure out who cut the water on. Nigga, it was me.
And why am I here?
I've never been that high in my life. Mind you, I'm new to the drug game. I told him I don't ever want to be that high again. Give me my THC popcorn. That's it. Anywho, love y'all. Yeah, I also don't like mixing alcohol with it because it's too strong for me at this point. Like and it don't take a lot. Like I have a couple sips of beer, and it's like the edible meet the beer, and these niggas dap up like Arnold and and Carl,
like Stallone.
No, like Arnold and Carl and motherfucking Predator when they did that super black man handshake. And then they be like, we gonna fuck him up. So I've learned to stay away from alcohol. Kiana says, that story you read about the kids not being able to get Halloween candy if they're over 14 is very weird. Y'all know that I worked in local government for a long time because I put that in emails that I've sent, and I also on the second term as a council member in the small municipal town in Maryland. But for the past 10 years, every Halloween I've thrown some sort of event for the kids in my community. A lot of the times we get older kids who come because they're taking their younger siblings trick-or-treating.
Right.
Or they're just hanging out with their friends, walking around trying to get candy. And I always love that when those big kids come to my event because they could be out getting in trouble.
Right.
And they're choosing to get some candy. So at a point we started doing stuff specifically for the older kids, like setting up a haunted house. I don't require that they have on a costume or nothing. I even buy them bags and put their candy in in case they don't have them.
Right.
I've had college age kids come to get candy. Give him the fucking candy. I'm an adult. I'd love for somebody to give me a big ass bag of candy.
Ain't that the truth?
And it's very weird because in order to get a law passed, you had to write it up, send it to your legal team for review, depending on if it's an ordinance or resolution, possibly read this into the record more than one time in order for it to become law. That's a lot of energy to waste on hating kids doing doing kid shit.
Right. And now, and it's one of those things I'm looking like, allow children to be children. Everybody say that, but do they really mean it when they pass laws like this?
Right. It's such a wasted law.
Yes. A lot of fuckers is on the books.
Right.
Wasting taxpayers' money for this bullshit.
Right. So, anyway, Lex is Ashley who says, brief Republican moment. Hi, y'all. I love the episode with Nick Jew. Y'all had me thinking about whether I have those moments, and I do. My mama is older Gen X, and I'm a millennial, but I still have some of that when you're at work, act like you're at work in me because of her. And I have a Gen Z law student intern, and when they're reading a case or something, they'll say, so yeah, those are the vibes. And I'm like, am I just checking for vibes? So I'm just checking for vibes. Or, okay, they'll say, so yeah, those are the vibes. Or, so I'm just checking for the vibes. And when prepping for a community meeting, they say, okay, so who's the ops? And I have a quick little moment of shock, like, child, you are at work.
Right.
Laugh my ass off, but I don't really care. And I know it's because they're excited to be working with a queer Black lawyer and want to feel in community with me. But in that moment, I feel Republicanish as fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, you're looking like, no, nobody, vibes, what?
Yeah. I've had those moments, I've had those moments. So, and yeah, it's brief and I snap right back normally.
It's a flash.
But I scare me. I'm like, oh, whoa, I didn't know that was in me. What?
That needs to be addressed.
Yeah. Like, it's like you're playing basketball or something and you're at the basketball court and you're like, man, that little nigga need to pull his pants up. What was that? Who was that?
Yes. You was like, I thought I was liberal.
Yeah. Like you watch a basketball game, you're like, he just gonna wear his hair like that? Oh wait, there's nothing wrong. He's just a black person. That's his natural hair. Mm-hmm. He's growing it out. I support that. He's taking care of it. It doesn't have to. He's working a basketball job. He doesn't need to worry about the Crown Act. Okay, Rod, calm the fuck down. Like that. It's quick. And if you say, I don't trust nobody to say they never had a moment like that.
Ain't that the truth?
You just do the work. Talk yourself out of it. When y'all talking about Black folks and Friends, which is I definitely watch, I thought of that one scene in The Blackening where everyone said they never watched it, and then when they were forced to name all the Black characters in the show, they remembered them all. And one of the characters was like, "So y'all did watch it?" I remember watching it and thinking that's just like folks on the internet. Yes, that was a great scene. Last thing, in the Stroll and Stroke episode, when Rod went from Brittany and Justin to Kevin Costner, I said, "Oh, this sounds like white people news." Right before Karen said it, I was cracking up. I think because niggas be all in white folks' business when it comes to Brittany and Justin, it didn't sound like white people news. Whereas in Kevin Costner, it was definitely that lighter, whiter news.
Yes, I think that transitional shift made me think there's something different. Because, when we talked about, Brittany and Justin, it wasn't that. So I was like, wait a minute, we talking about the clothes, paparazzi. I was like, wait a minute. Did we slowly slip into white people news?
Yeah. Nextly, what? Next, LaShonda writes in. I don't know what I was thinking. How did that get in there? Okay, I'm only 2 episodes behind. I've been listening via YouTube. That makes me distracted listening. When I get notice of a new Mr. Ballin episode. Episode 2789, we ride for the Raisinets. Thank you very much. Episode 2796, the thing about Brian McKnight and his older children that bothers me the most, he did an entire album having his sons guest with him. I own and love that album, and I get it as a parent. Sometimes our kids make choices we don't want them to make, that we know may upend their lives, but sometimes we have to let them and still love them through it anyway.
Yes.
I know I had to with my son, so to see him behave like this is just so disappointing. I know I don't know the man, but as a parent, it's disappointing to see a Black father who once uplifted his sons deciding they aren't even worth acknowledging anymore. The album I'm referencing is this one. It's a link to Amazon, Just Me, Brian McKnight. His oldest boy is listed on one track, but on the live portion, he has both boys singing on a couple of tracks. About Fells Naphtha, my grandmother used to buy these bars. It was a type of soap. One day we didn't take laundry to the laundromat. There was an entire Saturday venture involving riding the bus, washing the clothes, and bringing the wet clothes back to our place and hanging them on a clothesline to dry outside. We used this bar and an old school washing board to wash clothes in the tub. Great stuff. Does a great job cleaning. Doesn't have the fancy scents of the current laundry detergent, but it gets the job done. Karen, thanks so much for the easy off tip. I will be using it this weekend. Love you guys. Stay warm.
Yay! And it is my best friend. And not something funny, it actually motivates me to keep the shower clean more frequently. So I'm like, you know what? Let's up this. Let's up this. So let's go.
Miss Crucible says, Rodrin, girl, they let the romper spray on these hoes on the last Drake the Maniacs podcast. They let you be the popping IG thotty that you are. I've been on a liquid protein diet the last 3 weeks because I'm getting weight loss surgery. Sidebar, I'm fitting to be on one next. I'm fitting to be naked next summer. I can't wait.
You gonna be out here like Scissor?
Don't put the girls out. Do your thing. But anyway, needless to say, I've been low energy and low mood the past few weeks. My surgery got pushed back again, so the doc was like, bet you can eat and drink this weekend and back to high protein liquid diet Monday. Anyway, since I ate and caffeinated today, when I hear the Drake Maniac podcast, I laughed so hard I saw stars. And I left y'all a podcast or two. I think she mean voicemail or two. Since I got the energy right now, I want to put on my Miss Cleo turban and give not quite predictions, but we'll stay strongly feeling the affirmation for y'all. First of all, I gave my suggestions for y'all's award season attire.
Yes.
If I was being mushmouth or if my connection was choppy, let me know so I can lay out the instructions for the blackout tips, fashion girlies, boys, thimbies, or wrestle up for y'all. I think it'll be real cute, and I hope it's true to y'all's aesthetics. Okay, so Avi, I feel like y'all fitting to get an award soon. So boom, for Karen, I'm sensing stand-up comedy. So please keep up your joke writing and take some more courses. And when Randolph and them say, come on without Rod, do that. You could do a whole hilarious Black Auntie tour called something like Virginia Slim's Experience. I'm seeing Karen on Netflix with her own special. Avi Rod will help write jokes and executive produce. I feel like Rod can be Karen's manager in a way that would not lead to the downfall of a Black woman, whether personal or professional, a la Mary J. Blige, Tina Turner, rest in peace, and Monique. Well, what if that's the secret? What if I start being her manager and then like it's a curse? I can't help myself. I start being a piece of shit like all the other Black men that manage Black women careers. Next thing you know, I'm motherfucking, like the curse got me on some motherfucking Tales from the Crypt, Tales from the Hood shit. I'm scared.
No, don't do that. And if I don't think I would do something like that, but if I ever was to do, I wouldn't do a quote unquote stand up. I would do like a one woman special or something like that. Something where it's more of a storytelling type of thing with a few jokes in it.
Rod fitting to do some major production, head writing, boss hog, big boss on the move, guest spot appearing, eventually doing like Kev on stage, stick close to him, like a Tyler Perry meets Jordan Peele and Donald Glover, their love child. You're the grandbaby and the grandma the baby. Shout out to Jocelyn. Is that joke still relevant? If not, scratch that last joke. And when you're at the height of your baddie showrunner, influencer, producer era, and you put out that Issa Rae Aspiring Writers Program, look at my application real hard. Prayer warriors, y'all got y'all assignments, so go into your closet and get to work. Witchy and the new age folk, charge up the crystals and stones and the herbs and get the manifesting. Please and thank you. And the caffeine finally wearing off. Night, night, hugs and kisses. Oh, ask Pharrell, your new bestie, if he remembers me and my bestie back in 01, the Sprite Liquid Mix Tour, when I was high for the second time. I propositioned him with some vanilla bestie and chocolate me. I think he rolled his eyes as he signed our stuff, but I swear Chad gave us a raised eyebrow. But anyways, I could have been Mrs. Talib Kweli that day, but I was too high on my Afro Man to give good banter, but I may have dodged a bullet, so there's that. Okay, bye. Talk to y'all in a few months or whatever. Hugs and kisses, Miss Criswell. Yeah, thank you, and good luck with your with the weight loss surgery and stuff. Yeah, thank you for writing in.
Yes.
Theron says, have you ever hired a house cleaner? Yes, Rod, I did. Back when my wife was working on her master's degree and we had 3 small kids. Problem I had was cleaning the house the night before because my wife refused to have a cleaning lady clean a dirty house. So that was a waste of money. I had to cut the cleaning lady loose, right? That's what I would do, by the way. I do this shit every time. Like if they're like, we're having inspections for the apartment tomorrow, I'll be like, oh, well, let me get in here and do this, and I'm gonna fix this, and I'm gonna do that. And they show up, they're like, everything's perfect. I'm like, yeah, because I did everything.
You're right. You get mad at them, but it's like, well, then you did the job. So I'm like, okay.
Same thing happens when me and my siblings decide to hire a cleaning lady for my aging parents. Guess what? Had to cut her loose. Also, since my mom refused to have someone cleaning her dirty house while complaining that cleaning the house was wearing her out in her old age. Hiring a cleaning service for Black women is a waste of time and money. It just motivates them to clean the house. Black women work too hard. We gotta trick them. You gotta be like, oh, why don't you go to the mall real quick? And that be when the cleaning people come over.
It got to be when they don't know, right?
Yeah. Then they come back and like, you cleaned all this up, and you just take the credit.
Yes, take the credit.
Don't let them. It's like I did. I paid the money, so technically I did.
Yes, that's like weave. No, it's not my hair, but I paid for the weave. So as far as I'm concerned, this hair's mine.
You got the dust from under the counter? Sure did.
Mm-hmm. I took the extra effort.
This is a long paragraph with no breaks that Dre wrote.
Somebody don't believe in paragraph breaks.
Y'all, listen.
Put in paragraph breaks.
We've been doing this almost 4 hours. Y'all must know we love y'all. Mm-hmm. If you haven't left us a 5-star review at this point, if you're listening to the sound of my voice right now, you haven't left us a 5-star review, especially if you wrote in for something or left us a voicemail, go on Apple Podcasts, leave us a 5-star review. That's all I'm going to ask, because, woo! All right, here we go. Hello, my African Americans. I apologize in advance if this is a long email, because I've been meaning to write in for a few weeks now, and I keep getting distracted. First of all, my friend O'Neill updated her review not long ago, and let me tell you, she did not lie to you on one bit. She absolutely uses your podcast to determine the character of new people she meets. So much so that I'm currently watching her try to force someone who she's already friends with to listen to the podcast, because she doesn't feel like they could truly be close until they're both listeners. Okay, sound like she the real MVP, O'Neill.
Real MVP.
She was absolutely the reason I first started listening to this podcast. I haven't missed an episode since, so let's just say it was a good suggestion. On to things that I want to talk to you about. One thing I've been wanting to tell you is that you damn you are right about how fire that Killer Mike album is, ain't it?
That Killer Mike album goes.
It's insane. It's literally insane. I have no other candidates for album of the year. It is no Skip's best album of the year. I'm not a huge Run the Jewels fan, so I really did forget how talented Killer Mike was, but sheesh, I'm still listening to his album months later, and it's been a long time since an album has held my attention this way. Also, yeah, not only do I agree, I'd say definitely hip hop album of the year. I do feel like there's some competition, at least for me. I've been the Victoria Monet is just,
Woo, yes,
it's got a hold on me. I feel like, yeah, Janelle Monae's was last year, I think.
Yeah, okay, it might have been last year.
Yeah, I think it was last.
Okay, but for me, I just recently got on that, so I know it's out of date. But for me, that bitch right there, like literally, I'm like, let's go.
Yeah, so I think that was last year. I'm looking it up to be sure.
It might be, but child,
no, Age of Pleasure is 2023, so that's another one.
Okay. So it did come out this year, right?
That's another one, dog.
And that got a hold of me. And child, I've been having a ball. These niggas gonna make a whole lot of money. Champagne shit, child. I just bust out the song like, oh, let me go listen again.
But yeah, the hip hop though has been kind of. A lot of the veterans kind of let people down with their production, with their albums, and a lot of the new people are kind of stuck in a rut. I know Megan's got an album, I think, coming out. I know the single came out. People been arguing about that all day, but I have to take time to get into that. But
yeah. I don't think it's out yet. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
But Killer Mike is the one for me, like so far. Also, you brought up tipping not long ago. As a career server, I'm very conflicted on this topic. When I think about the world where my employer is supposed to pay me my worth, the first thing that comes to mind is that they're not going to do that. I know our restaurants are the same, are the same, but over the past few years, I've averaged at minimum $25 an hour, but on average closer to $35. While I understand the many reasons why tipping is complicated and honestly exploitative, I don't know that the service industry would be as lucrative as it is were it left to these corporations and family-owned businesses to adequately compensate their staff. I'm not saying they couldn't do it. I'm saying I just don't think they would. So for me, the best financial situation for servers appears to be in the States where they have to be paid an hourly wage in addition to their tips. In America, we've been doing it this way so long, I almost feel like the server would be the ones to lose out if we were ever to go to a more standard system of compensation. However, the notion that servers typically pay for hourly rates of all of the rest of the front of the house and out of the tips that other people give them, i.e. the tip pool, I could talk to you for hours about how that needs to be abolished.
Yeah, and I agree. Like I said, once you get down to it, it's very complex. I think that, not trying funny, me and Roger served for years too. So it's one of those things when you're brought up in this, you just, okay, this is how the system is, this is how it always goes. But it's like, my thing, and I do agree with you, particularly with me out here at the front. I have to deal with shit that the cooks and all them bitches don't have to deal with. How you gonna take my money and get a monthly check, bitch? I'm getting $213, $212, $3 an hour. No, you will not take my money. I don't want to split it. I don't want to divide. Like, just me talking, my personal thing. And it's one of those things where if they did the flat, pay plus tips, I'm with that. I agree with that part. But I would rather you just abolish tips. It will make it easier for everybody. Raise the prices of the fucking food. They do that shit anyway. They raise it up anyway. Do that. You know what? If they did that, you know what service would have? Fucking health care and health insurance and medical insurance and real paid time off. Like it is actually some benefits to it that people are not considering because they look, on the average, I make $35. Okay, let's say we cut that down and instead of paying you the extra $10 to $15, we actually invested it into you like we should so you can get the benefits of anybody else that works a regular 9 to 5.
Yeah, Karen basically said everything I was going to say. Okay, here's the last part and probably the most important part of the email, in my opinion. And also I was going to say, $25 to $35 an hour, you're probably working at a pretty nice place. There's a lot of places where people still don't make that. When I worked like breakfast at IHOP, I wasn't getting $30 an hour. I wasn't getting $25 an hour. That would be a good day to make $25 an hour. So it depends on a lot of different factors. Of course, during the pandemic, when you have less people eating inside, less people leaving tips. So I could see some mitigating factors where it's like, no, it's actually worth it to get better. It's just worth it to pay people rather so they can have something to depend on. Anyway, okay, here's the last part, probably the most important part of the email, in my opinion. A few weeks ago, I listened to you and Karen be on the Marriage Be Hard podcast, and for the first time, heard the story of how you two got married. I've been putting off getting engaged to my girlfriend for some time now because I wanted everything to be perfect. She made it clear to me that she didn't need all the extra things associated with marriage. She just wanted to be married, but I was stuck in my own head about it. And to be honest, felt as though I wasn't able to give her the proposal, the ring, and the marriage that she wanted, and I needed to wait until I was really in a position to do things the right way. Yeah, that's a big, it's interesting, right? Because like, it's not your fault. It's no one man's fault, but like, that's definitely like part of patriarchy. That's definitely like part of the illusions of like masculinity, and like you need to be a provider. And so we put these things on ourselves that we probably shouldn't. That's like, yeah, so you're not a good enough man, and I don't feel like I'm a good enough man because I'm not providing such and such for her. And meanwhile, she literally didn't ask you to do that. You know, she's telling you that is the last thing on my mind is you needing to do X, X, and X for me. And it's the programming of patriarchy. It's what we all struggle with. And it's part of the reason that, you know, it can really suck to have to deal with that shit. But, you know, I'm glad that to some extent, you are at least kind of seeing through the bullshit. Even if, you know, it's not 100%, but at least you're kind of seeing through the bullshit, because yeah, we have to deprogram ourselves from that, because I just think it's so bad,
right?
But yeah, it goes back to say, especially when she's telling you the opposite out of her mouth. You know what I mean? Like, she's literally being like, that's not a thing I want. That's not a thing I'm asking for. And somehow in your mind, you're like, no, this is what we do here. This is how it's done. You gotta do blank and blank. It's like, I didn't say that. So then, like, how do you justify that? You know? But yeah, back to this. Listening to you tell the story about how you got married really opened my eyes to the fact that the only thing that matters is you found the person you want to spend the rest of your life with. I cannot tell you how much anxiety it created in our relationship, because my girlfriend didn't understand why we've been together so long, lived together so long, and even had a baby together and still weren't married. So basically, she feels like there's a problem with her because I won't marry her, and I'm over here feeling inadequate because I'm not in a position to do things the way I would like to yet. Yeah, also, like, society has changed. People are in more debt than they've ever been. Things cost more. People are having to put off children, put off housing, put off purchases and stuff, and it makes you push life back, because you keep going, well, there'll be a day I'll feel better about having a kid, and it might not ever come. There'll be a day that we're ready to present to the world we're married. It might not ever come in that way. It's not going to be a fairy tale. It's not going to be one of these like Black executive fan fiction movies and shit.
It's an illusion.
Yeah, and honestly, your love is your love. Your relationship is your relationship. How other people feel about it shouldn't really matter if y'all are happy and everybody's consenting. And I think, it's not just trusting her words that she told you, but it's also trusting yourself. And you have to trust that, hey, we've gotten together this far. So why am I afraid we won't get to the next thing? And if it's not a real issue, like, oh, I'm afraid because she's cheating, or I'm afraid because I sell crack, or whatever, and I could get arrested. If it's not something real, based in a real, then it becomes something that's not real, that's stuck inside of your brain that you have to like work through, push through. All of this because I was so stuck on doing things a specific way. All I can say is that it was such a waste of time. Long story short, after I listened to that podcast and started looking for rings, I found one that I knew she would love. We had a Halloween party with all our friends a few weeks later, and I just pulled the trigger.
Oh.
Y'all, I was so nervous. I got down on one knee in front of all those people, opened up the ring box, and didn't even say anything.
That's hilarious.
The crazy thing is I didn't even have any doubts that she would say yes. It was just such a big moment. I still felt nerves. Ironically, she didn't say anything either. It was O'Neal in the background who had to yell, "Is that a yes?" Anyway, she did say.
They was like, did he ask? Did they say yes? Like everything is quiet.
Like, what's she gonna dap him up? Like, all right, you cool. Anyway, she did say yes. Now I'm engaged, as happy as I've been as long as I can remember. And whether or not you two believe it, you are absolutely a huge part of pushing me to make this decision. Thank you two for being as transparent and honest and thoughtful as you are in all your episodes and guest appearances. You have no idea how impactful your voices can be. Anyways, you two will be getting an invitation to a wedding in Houston next year. Obviously, we don't expect your attendance. However, if you need a reason to visit Texas, now you got one. Thanks for being the dope people that you are, Trey. Thank you, Trey.
Thank you, baby. Thank you. And doing Marriage Be Hard is one of those things where because we were younger, I didn't even think about it. When Melissa was like, this is kind of fast. I was like, really? Then you have to sit, because I went through it. So I didn't really think that, but I was sitting back and go, yeah, that was like, we literally was like, you won't do this? Yeah, let's do this. And like, nobody second guessed or anything like that, type of thing. It was like, we won't do this. Let's do this. The fuck we wait on.
Yeah, and I think sometimes you kind of need somebody to like, to tell it's our story, but it's our life. So I don't think of it as like, here's a story to tell people. I definitely don't even think of it as like inspirational or aspirational. It's just what was happening in our lives at the time. It's not like we were sitting around like, one day the world would need to hear from Rod and Karen, and they'll know the right way to do, So I think doing that show was so fun because Melissa has great interview questions and she keeps it moving along and stuff, and she highlights, all these different people's stories. But for us, it was just kind of like we did it, and we've told that story so many times before that I just wasn't thinking about it. But I'm glad that somebody was inspired by it. Oh, damn, my Firefox just froze. All right. Hold on.
Shit.
I have to go to another window for Crowdcast.
Oh shit, because you're still moving, but
it's on my end, I can't. Second, I'm coming right back. I don't know how this is gonna look on later, but the reason I had to get out of that is because it froze. As he said, he sent a link to the proposal.
Oh,
so if you want to watch the proposal, we can do that together as a family. But I have to share my screen.
Okay.
I still don't see me on camera.
Me either.
What is happening?
I don't know if your camera's on or not.
Oh, it wasn't on for some reason.
Okay.
I definitely gave it permission.
Okay. And
toggle. No. Okay. You know what? Let me refresh. I'm sorry, everybody. Join. It's so ghetto. I'm sorry, everybody. Okay. Hopefully y'all can.
I see your little green light. Don't see you yet.
Okay. All right. I think it's because Firefox won't fucking close.
Oh.
Even though I'm hitting the please close button.
Oh, are we going to the whatchamacallit? Task manager?
Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
Say, get the fuck out of here.
See if that'll work. Oh my God. End task. Okay. It ended the task. All right. Here comes the refresh.
Yeah, the computer's like, oh, y'all, child, this is enough for y'all.
Yeah, the computer fed up. It's like, y'all working us out.
There you go.
Okay, all right. Whew. All right, so he sent a link to the proposal. If y'all would like to watch it.
I would.
Okay, so let's see. There's going to be a bunch of people in Halloween costumes, I'm assuming. Hopefully y'all can hear this in the chat.
Oh, you lying!
She's dressed up like Miss what the fuck, what is that, goddamn, the thick ass mama from the Impossibles. What the fuck is that? Y'all know what I'm talking about?
I do. I don't remember the character's name. I know exactly who you
can't believe about. I can't remember. With Frozone, y'all know the one.
Incredibles.
The Incredibles, yeah. Oh, look at all these. First of all these black people in costumes. I'm like, oh my God, I want to be at this party.
This is insanity, bro. I ain't took one video today, but this is the one. Girl.
I heard that. Is that a yes in the background too? I heard it. It was like, is that a yes? You gotta be sure.
The fucking room. Hey, you about to marry a motherfucker.
That's a dude dressed as a priest. Oh, this is beautiful, man.
Oh, that's adorable.
Elastigirl, yeah, that's her. Yeah. My bad. What I call her? Miss Impossible.
Adorable.
That's a huge tank. But yeah, thank you, man. That's so sweet, and I'm glad that you that y'all are happy.
It don't got to be perfect. Yes.
Yeah.
Nothing needs to be perfect, y'all.
There's nothing that is perfect, and honestly, everything's perfect if you're happy and you're together. That's your story.
Yes, it is.
So don't let the illusion of someone else's happiness and what you imagine it to be stop you from yours.
Yes.
Lastly, Casey says, e-banter. Hey, Ron and Karen, just wanted to second Nick Jew on the dope music people sent to your show. I still have Felt Five's Safe Harbor in the library.
Come on,
I
Felt
added
Five.
Space Soul by Bro cooked that up after hearing that Hope song last week. Love and WTM also slap. Did I use slap right? Yes.
Yes, you did.
Shout out to the good instrumentals. They help during the workday without being distracted. I don't think I've been able to get the right DJ Jaffa, but my ears are open for song suggestions to add to the playlist.
Yeah, Infrared Crypto
is another one. Speaking of, I wanted to say that I enjoyed Nick Jew on the show. She, like many of your guests, so naturally falls into the follow of the show. I will be right there when the next What's the Tea drops. Lastly, I'm also fighting a good fight against crepitus, which is joint noise. I didn't know it had a name until I found out it's considered part of the joint disability for compensation purposes.
Lord, I didn't know it had a name either. I just know it pops loud as hell.
I get it when I'm inactive, but it goes away when I exercise in the pool. Aqua spin and hydro pilates have got my joints gliding for right now. I hope that continues.
Ah, shit now that's something I hadn't done in a long time. Water aerobics. Shit, I might have to get back into that.
That's all I have. Hope y'all have a great weekend. Cass always. Thank you, Cass.
Mm-hmm.
And that's every
that was a workout, y'all.
One last thing. In the mail, we got something. It's called Historically Black Phrases. Jared Hill, Travell Anderson wrote it. Jared Hill, I believe I first heard on Twitter. This is the same Jared, I believe. And the gift came with David says, when you stated that Black Twitter gets pulled up into the gender wars in accordance with the theory of couldn't be me, I thought of this, a well-presented collection of terms found throughout Blackness. Thanks for 10 years from David. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
And the book is first of all, it's a fucking cool looking book. And I'm showing y'all on the camera. So y'all,
yes,
YouTube
it has like black brush in the background.
Is the pages are super glossy, and then it has like chapters. The chapter 1, gossip and storytelling, and the first page, this, that, and the third, quiet as is kept, pronunciation, phonetic, translation. This may typically go unspoken, but usage. This is a precursor to tea spilling. Usually this tea is something that's not typically conversed about in mixed company or quarters in which it is about to be said. Lean in. This could be fun. Example, sitting next to Mother Johnson in church was often a challenge for little Sadie, but it had its perks. Some Sundays during the sermon, Mother Johnson would lean over and whisper, quiet as is kept, and say one scandalous thing or another about the pastor.
Yes, it's quiet as now. Not trying to funny. It's quiet as a cat. That's kind of old school. Like you have to know people of a certain age and they even know what the fuck that is.
Have someone's back. I ain't mad at it. That's an inspiring and affirming.
Come on, have someone's back.
Just all I know is when the whites get a hold of this, it's over.
It is over, y'all.
We gonna have to come up with some new ones.
They gonna make the shit bland.
All right, guys, it's been 4 hours and I'm taking a week off for sure now.
Yes.
I wasn't sure when we started. I'm 100% sure now. It's going to take y'all a week to listen to this.
Yes,
if you ever get to it.
If you ever get through
we
this.
may take 2 weeks off. I don't know, but I need a break. Until next time, I love you.
I love you too.
Mwah. Bye, everyone. Thanks for hanging out with us. Peace.
Peace.
Enjoy your week.